Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday, folks. I hope everyone is having a good day today. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. How's everybody's day going so far? Hi, Ty. Welcome in. Hey, Trisha. Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, it's Wednesday. Hey, Abademi. Welcome. Hey, OMG. Hey, Swan. Hello. My day going pretty well, I think, so far anyway. Your day is going. Hi, Chris. Okay. Hi, folks. Get myself sorted out here. Hi. Hey, Vic, welcome. Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's been such a long time since we've had class. Um, it feels like, we haven't really had homework in so long, right? And now all of a sudden we have homework and and pretty much the reason my stream started was to cover homework assignments and go over homework. So essentially, we're going to get back to that a little bit and cover the homework. And hey, Akai Berry, welcome. Yeah, I've got my fancy new logo and everything. It's the best the best online free logo generator result that I could come up with. Yeah, I ain't paying for nothing. Oh, you're welcome, going. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Your brain felt like mush after last night's session, but successful. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you felt successful. Your computer crashes when you try to do project nights. Yeah. I've heard that Remo is pretty hard on some folk computers. I know that some folks do things in the Discord voice channels as well. So, you have more options. If Remo doesn't play nice with your computer, you can always also go to the Discord voice channels too. Just FYI, I'm not saying you have to, just saying that's an option. Well, yeah, so tonight, whether maybe you missed last night's project night, maybe you weren't able to finish last night, maybe you just wanted to go over it again. The goal of tonight's stream is really to just do that. Just go through the code, look at the mechanics, comment it out. So yeah, and I know I saw there was a ton of people on Discord last night. I unfortunately had a work thing to try to get done last night, so I wasn't really able to participate the way I wanted to. So this would be good for me too. get to go through everything and finish the homework. So yeah, I am up for it. All right, switch my screen here. Ready for a 6 hour stream? Gosh, I hope not. Not saying I don't enjoy hanging out with you guys, but I do have it is the middle of the week and I do have work tomorrow. So 6 hour streams are rather tiring. Yes. All right. Switch my stream here or my screen. So what was the homework, right? It was to take some existing code from Leon. Um, and the goal was to go through it and comment it all out. So that code was, if you don't have it yet, you can get it from the follow along materials channel on the Discord. That's where homework is generally posted. So if you're new, if you joined 100 devs while we were on break, the follow along materials channel on the Discord is probably the most important channel. That's where all the announcements for the class are posted, and that's where all the homework ends up. Leon also shares a lot of good resources there, so keep that channel, check that channel regularly. It's time for Mind Wolf merch. Oh my goodness. Oh, welcome, Caesar. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and for those of you who aren't able to join live or are maybe only able to stay for part of the stream, that's perfectly fine. All my VODs are recorded. They're available on my Twitch channel for 60 days, and they also get ported to YouTube within a couple weeks usually. So exclamation point YouTube if you want my YouTube channel. Exclamation point Twitter for my Twitter, where you can follow me and get updates on the stream schedule. Um, and yeah, I mean, there's not I don't put a lot of fluff on YouTube or Twitter, so you'll just get access to my stream, get access to my schedule, and be able to keep up with the content I'm putting out. Claire, would you go over how we're submitting our comments on GitHub? Do you mean like the pull request? I do so we're gonna probably try to do the pull request tonight. I heard it was not maybe not playing nice for some people. So we'll see if it works. I don't know. If it doesn't, I'm sure there's a lot of smart people on here that we can all figure it out. But yeah, I mean that's what we'll do. We'll commit to a repo. I have a forked repo already, and I can show you that. I have a forked repo. We'll do our comments. We'll do commits. We'll do pushes, and at the end we'll try to do a pull request and submit that code. So that's the plan anyway. We'll see how it goes. Welcome, AJ. I don't have a command for Twitch. You're on my Twitch channel right now. But if you want my Twitter, you can do exclamation point Twitter. Welcome, folks. Yeah, we got a lot of first timers tonight. That's awesome. I'm going to turn up my light a little bit. It's a little dim. That's better, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. So, first off, let's look at the base code that we were supposed to start with. So this is Leon's code. Again, go to the follow along materials channel and you can get a link for it right there. This is the starter code. And then what Leon wanted us to do was fork that code. And when I say fork, what that basically means is that you are splitting off a copy and kind of putting that into your own GitHub account, I guess. And really to do that, you can just click the fork button. And when you do that, it will ask you to rename the code or rename the repo to something that, is relevant to you. And so you can rename that and then it exists under your account. And so this is my forked version. Don't fork mine, fork Leon's. So if you're going to fork anything, if you're going to say fork it, then go to the official 100 devs one on Leon's account. So that way you can submit it back and actually turn in the homework when we're done. So definitely fork Leon's, don't fork mine, please. That won't do you any good. And, but I just wanted to show you, here is my fork. Turn down the light for one. Yeah. Yeah, so I forked it, and then what I did after that was that you could do this a bunch of ways. You get the code on your machine in a bunch of ways. You could download you could download a zip file. You could open with GitHub Desktop. You could clone it in the command line. What I did was I used the built-in let's Let's see if I get there. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to show you that if I were to open like a clean, let me just open a new window here. There we go. So when you open a new window in Visual Studio Code, you can click clone git repository. And when you do that, you can just type in the name, you can just type in the URL of your repo, that your forked repo that you just created, and that will open it right there in VS Code. So that's what I did for mine. You don't have to do it that way. That's just what I did. All right, just catching up with chat here. 1 second. Hey, Yellow, welcome. Fork it, Mindwolf 2022. Yeah, should be the motto for this decade. I'm not a GitHub expert, but you're forking it to create a copy out on GitHub, and then you're cloning it when you take it down to your local repo. So that way you can just push it directly up to your forked copy and then merge your fork back with Leon's in the end. Yeah, when you clone it, you're just taking your online copy and just opening it in VS Code, and you can push directly up to it, then in GitHub, and then theoretically, I haven't done this yet, but theoretically, then submit a pull request to then merge your copy back with Leon's when we're done. Yeah, we fork and then we clone down to our local repo. So that's what we're doing here. I just clicked clone git repository, and then I just typed in the full URL of the repo, and it just went boop, and it opened it right up. And then what the nice thing about it there is that it then automatically linked my VS Code copy to my repo up on GitHub, and so I was able to just start committing and pushing straight to it. So. Yeah, and you can also download the zip file too. If you prefer to do it that way, totally fine. Like with a lot of things in programming, there's a lot of different ways to do stuff, right? And none of them are necessarily wrong. It's good to just know as many as you can, right? Yeah. Yeah, Ryan, thank you. I hope you've had a great day as well. Okay, so with that said, no matter how you got the code, as long as you have the code, you should be good to go. And today we're going to kind of walk through it. We're going to talk about what it's doing, and we're also going to talk about, we're also going to, obviously do the assignment where we're going to comment stuff out. But before we do that, I want to do a little exercise here. I want to walk through, so this is the functioning CRUD app here, by the way. This is the functioning app. And I downloaded it. I made a few edits so that this app actually functions. If you were to just, clone it down and try to run it, it wouldn't work right away. You have to make a few edits to make it work for you. But I've gotten it functioning. And so we can get into the nitty gritty of how to make it work in a little bit. But the first thing I want to do is kind of run through the app as, I want to run through the app using the prep method. So some folks, I think, are having trouble, not necessarily with building stuff in CRUD, but understanding how the parts work together. And so I think reviewing the functionality of this app using prep is going to help us start to think big picture wise. Okay, what is this doing? What are the components doing? And think about it in terms of pseudocode. So you don't have to remember every single component and like getting everything right the first time. Let's just talk about it in terms of general functionality and in general English terms. We'll talk through it in that way, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty of, okay, what is actually happening under the hood. So that's the plan. So let's just take a look first at the app. So what happens is can you see this okay? It's kind of over on the left. I can make the window smaller if it makes it easier to focus. But what you do and I can also, actually, let me just zoom in. There we go. The functionality of the app is fairly simple. So basically I can just add an item. I could add an item called test 8. And I add the item, I click submit, and it adds an item to the list in the app, right? And it also increments this number of things left to do, right? And It also allows me to perform some actions on the list items themselves. So I can click on them. And when I do, I see that the item is marked as complete. So left and that's done by putting a line through the item and changing the item's color. And the amount of things left to do has been incremented down by 1, right? And I can, we can see this again if I click it again. Yeah. And so it's basically just crossing things off, right? And then another thing I can do is I can click the trash can and things are deleted. Decremented, yep. Yeah, the list is decremented. And so incrementing is going up, decrementing is going down, right? So, yep, that's what happens when you complete an item or when you delete an item. It does the same thing, right? So let's talk about the functionality of this app in terms of prep. So what prep is a way to think about coding questions and make them easier to understand and digest. How do we open the app ourselves? I'll get to that in a little bit. If you just try to run if you just clone the code and run it as is, it's probably not going to work for you. But when we start talking about the components, we'll get into how do I actually make this work for me, like run on my machine. Because as is, yeah, it's not going to work. But there are a few, you can make some tweaks to it and make it run. For now, let's just look at it on my machine and let's talk through how it works. I just use my imagination to add comments. Yeah. That's fine to do as well. Okay, so if we're thinking about in terms of prep, what does the P in prep stand for? Yeah, and as soon as we get to the code, I promise I will show you how to make the font size smaller. Let's take it. We're gonna take things slow. Let's not move too fast because otherwise we'll get overwhelmed, right? So yeah, the P in prep stands for parameters. So what are the inputs? If we're looking at this app, what are the inputs that go into the app? What are the various ways we can send inputs into the app? Okay. Yeah. Right. Great. Yeah, great responses. Yeah. We can type things in here and then click the submit button. Yeah, text box and the submit. Or the other things we can do are we can click on the items, right? Or um, we can click the trash can. So Sean, there's actually we'll talk about that. I promise. There's actually a better way to do that. You don't have to mess with your overall font size. Don't worry. We'll get there. I promise. It's okay. Nobody panic. Yeah, right. Yeah. Don't forget we've got the items you can click on. We've got the trash can. Panic. We've got the text box where you can type stuff. We've got the button you can click on. So it's important to understand there's multiple different ways that you can input things into this app and or pass things into the app, whether that's a deletion or whether that's changing the state of something or whether that's inputting new data, right? We have multiple different input methods here. So we're going to need to be cognizant of that as we're reviewing what this app actually does. No worries, Triz. Good to have you here. Okay, so those are the parameters. Those are the various ways we can input. We can type things into the text box. We can click and then click the button. That's like basically one input, right? We can click on the items. We can click the trash can. And all those are different ways to input things. Okay, so those are our parameters. Now, let's move on to the R in prep. So what does the R in prep stand for? Yeah, right. It's the return. It's the result. Um, yeah, exactly. I usually think about it as result, but yeah, I think return is probably the right answer. Yeah, exactly. So what comes back? So let's think, let's pair each parameter with its result. So when I type something into the box and click submit, what should I expect my result to be? My return, sorry. I'll try to use the right word. I have it memorized wrong. If I type something into the box, what do I expect the return to be? A new item. Yeah, exactly. Right. Okay. Yeah, Dakota, the goal here is to show that you can use prep to make coding challenges easier in the real world. So not just like Leak Code or Code Wars. This stuff actually works in real life. Yeah. So we put something in. Our parameter is we put something in and we click the button. Our return is we get a new item. Now, what about if I click on the item? Oh yeah, also too, that's a good point. The return, also an additional return, when I add an item, an additional return is that this counter goes up by 1 in increments by 1, right? Yeah, that's a great catch there. That was an additional return that we missed. Yeah. So what happens if now the next one is the second out of the third parameters that we have is what happens when I click an item? I just showed it there, but let me add another one. What happens when I click? This may seem like obvious questions that I'm asking, but what I'm trying to do is kind of create the connections of input versus output, and that we will see those connections in the code itself once we get there. Yeah, it's crossed out. It's marked as done. Yeah, yeah. Um, and okay, perfect. Yeah. So it's crossed out. It's given a color change. It's given a formatting change, right? Exactly. Now our last, yeah, and also good. Yep, another great catch are the counter here of things left to do, also decrements, right? Yeah, so there's several different things happening. There's multiple things that occur in sequence when we provide an input of some kind. Yeah, color change, counter decrements, on-click strike through, exactly, completion, yeah. Okay, so what happens when I click the trash can? It gets removed, right, yeah. What happens? So this one's a little, yeah, bye, exactly. It removes the item from the list, right, exactly. So notice that when I click on an item that's already completed, the counter is already at 0, right? So nothing happens with the counter. But if I try to, let's look at what happens if I try to delete an item that was not complete, then the counter decrements, right? So again, multiple things happening. And in this case, it's kind of a conditional thing, right? So if this item is already complete, the counter is already at 0, we wouldn't expect the counter to go to -1, right? That's not, just like logically, that's not something we expect. But the computer is only going to do what we tell it to do, right? So if we tell it to say, when I click the trash can, always tick the counter down by 1, then it's going to go like, okay, sure, yeah, whatever, I can go to -1, you know? I would love to have -1 tasks. Yeah, exactly, me too, right? So, that's a potentially, I'm not saying it is, but it's potentially a condition that we would have to consider when we are writing code to build this app. This is how I deal with outstanding tasks. Trash can. Yeah, exactly. Yes, owes me a task. Right. Yeah. So we have our inputs, we have our outputs, and I feel like we've done a pretty good job of, oh, thank you for the hydrate. That's real quick. So, and we've also kind of covered examples, right? Because we've shown some visual things of what these tasks do and what happens when I change certain parameters around the tasks, right? So, deleting something that was already crossed out versus something that's not crossed out. So I think we've, kind of shown some examples there of what this app can do. So that's the E in prep is examples, right? And I think we've shown that. Now let's talk about it in terms of pseudocode. So the last P in prep stands for pseudocode. And what pseudocode is, if you're not familiar, it's not that you're actually coding, but you're talking through the code in terms of you're talking through the code in terms of general tasks, not necessarily in terms of, you know, saying the specific JavaScript methods that you would use, right? You're talking about it in general terms. Here's the things that need to happen to accomplish this task. And welcome Foley, welcome 20. Yeah, we'll get there, I promise. We will get there. I'll show you how to hook this up. We're just talking sort of in general terms right now about what the app does. And so let's talk in terms of pseudocode. So let's consider that this app is going to have a MongoDB backend of some kind, right? So I'll lay out some parameters for the app in general. It's going to have a user-facing front end that looks just like this. And it's going to have a MongoDB backend where we're going to be storing our data. So when I want to submit a new item, what are some of the things that need to happen? When I type something in here and I click the submit button, what are some of the general things that need to happen? You don't need to say like any, you can be as specific or not specific as you want. What are the general things that need to happen? Hey, Jason, so this is locally hosted. You can see up here in the URL browser, in the browser URL box, it's locally hosted on my machine. Good question. Yeah, we could use some kind of an event listener, right? To be listening for a click. And in general, we're going to be sending something up to an API. Yep. To help us handle this, to take this data and handle it and send it maybe. And send it to our to send it up to our database, yeah. And then once it gets to the database, we're going to be creating. I saw somebody said, yeah, we're going to be creating a database entry, right? So thinking about this in general, we type something in here, we click submit. We have something listening, something somewhere is listening for that click and saying, oh, we have a new item. And this new item gets sent up to our server or something that's going to be able to process it. And then that again gets tossed off in turn to our database. And in the database, a new item is created. Yeah, so that's in general, that's what's happening. Yeah, no worries, Jason. That's why we're going slow tonight. It's all good. You're all good. Confusing names for the database and collection Leon gave us. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, I can repeat for you. Okay, so when we type something in here and we click submit, we have something. We don't have to be super specific right now, but we have something that's listening for this click. And then when the click happens, the data from the box is sent up to our server, our API, and our API is then going to send it off to the database as a new item, as a new database item. And when it gets to the database, then a new database item will be created. Yeah, and I can show you what that looks like. So is a test. Let's just look at what that looks like. Boop. All right, so we can see this is super obvious. Test item, test item. Open, I accidentally clicked on it. Let me do another one. I need to stop clicking on it. All right, test item. Okay, there we go. Okay. So I'm gonna go over to my Mongo database, and don't panic. It's okay. I'm just showing you for now. Don't panic and be like, oh God, I gotta have a database. It's okay. We're gonna get there. I'm just showing you mine. So this is my database, and I have a collection in here, and I have this is where I'm storing the items. So no, I couldn't. That's a good question. I can't. This app does not allow for unclicks. So once you complete something, you've completed it. There's no uncompleting. So if we look in my database, that's probably a little bit small, but hopefully you can see it. When I clicked that submit button, a bunch of stuff happened, right? The text was sent up to the database via our server, via our API, and it was written to the database. And we can see that it was written as an object, or as a document, I'm sorry, as a document. And the text was passed in saying thing. So the thing is text item. And then there's also a flag here that says completed false, right? Because this item was just added and it's not completed. Whoa, Raid! Hey, thank you, Purple Elf. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Good to see ya. How y'all doing? Hey, what were y'all working on tonight? Welcome, Kaneki. Hey, coding better. Good username. I like it. What were y'all up to? Well, welcome to the stream. I'm Lion Wolf, if you haven't been here before. We are doing a very chill stream this evening. We are talking through a pre-written CRUD app, create, read, update, delete, with a MongoDB backend. And we're just talking through it. We're talking through it, what it does and how it works. And we're actually going to go through it step by step and comment out every single action that it's doing and explain what's happening. So if you want to stick around for that, you're welcome to do so. Glad to have you all here. PST internal stuff. Ooh, fancy. I should be able to do exclamation point commands. That should get you the command list, theoretically. Ooh, okay. Very cool. All right, so we saw what happens when we click submit, right? It gets passed up as a new list item with a false completed flag. Okay, fair enough. Now, let's go back. Oops, sorry. Let's go back and see what happens when I click on the item to complete it, right? Okay, so we see that the counter has gone down to 0 and the item has been crossed out, just like we discussed. Now I'm going to go back to my database and I'm going to refresh it. Now, if we look at the item, what do we see that's changed here? No worries, Robin. Good, thanks for coming. Yeah, and also my VODs are available as well. So if you ever want to catch my stuff later, check out my VODs. It's all good. So what's changed on this item now? Yeah, yeah, exactly. The flag on the item changed from false to true. So completed is true. So this tells us that that flag is probably being referenced somewhere in the code, right? Something in the code is relying on that flag to do something else. So whether that has to do with the counter or whether that has to do with the formatting, who knows at this point? I'm sure we'll find out in a little bit. But that flag is being stored in the database for a reason. And so we'll just remember that that's what happens when you click on the item. Yeah, it's completed. Exactly. Yep. Good eyes. Okay. Now, let's see what happens when I click the trash can. So, any logical guesses on what happens what happens in the database when I click the trash can? Yeah, it's deleted from the database. So again, let's talk through it in pseudocode terms. So when I click the trash can, something is listening for the click. Something is listening for something is let's be specific here. Delete, indeed. Let's be specific. Something is listening for a click specifically on the trash can, right? Nowhere else. It's listening for a click specifically on the trash can. That request, that delete request specifically, gets sent up to our server. Our server then it sends it to the database. And what so let's look at the database real quick. I'll just show you this. So um, all of our items are still there. And now if I click the trash can, the item disappears from the list, right? So first thing that happens is I click the trash can and we can see that visually the page has changed, right? And if I go over to Mongo and I click refresh, the item is also gone as we expected, right? So when I click this trash can, something is listening for that click. It's sending some information of some kind up to our server, and then it's sending a delete request to the database. But what might it also be sending so that the database knows what item to delete? What else might the database need in order to know what to delete? Yeah, right, exactly. Some kind of identifying information, right? Because otherwise, how the heck is the database going to know which item you clicked on? It's not, unless you send some kind of identifying information along with that request to the database. Yeah, exactly. So, it very often is an ID, like a database specific ID, but it could be something else as well, which we may see here in a little bit. Um, and the same thing happens, or a similar thing happens when we click on one of these items to. I'm just going to add a new item here. When we click on one of these items to check it off, right? Again, something is listening for a click. And when the click happens, what kind of request? So remember what happens when I click on an item, right? The end result is that the flag in the database gets flipped from false to true. Yeah, so you're already answering the question. Y'all, yeah, I love it. Y'all are quick on the draw tonight. Yeah. So when I click on this item, what type of request do we think gets sent? We've already covered, creating a new item. A new item request gets sent, information gets sent. A delete request gets sent when we click on the trash can. And yeah, so some kind of an update. And in database terms, that's called a put. Yeah. So some kind of an update request gets sent to flip that flag. And then something is reading that flag potentially to also change the formatting of the item so that it displays as gray with a line through it. Exactly. We need to study how to send the electrons over the wire and decode encode. Aren't you glad we don't have to program in assembly? Yeah. Thank goodness for abstraction. Yeah. Um, okay, so it looks like okay, for some reason when I was trying to unclick the items before, it didn't work, but that's thank you for letting me know that you can unclick. Yeah. I was clicking earlier, I promise, and it wasn't working, but who knows? Yeah. And so something probably similar happens then when we unclick, when we uncomplete an item, right? So when we clicked it, the flag in the database was changed from uh, false to true. And so what would we expect the flag to be when I click it again? Yeah, Rascal, and actually that is you nailed it. I That's something I'm going to talk a little bit more about later. Homeless says, why do you use false or true? Why not use 0 or 1? Well, in terms of Booleans, so this is a Boolean, it can only have two values. False and true are kind of the standard values for a Boolean, but if you wanted a true flag, yeah, you could use 0 and 1. It's really up to you. Yeah, so right, so when we click it, it turns from false to true, and then we unclick it, it's going to turn back, right? Yeah. Okay, and then the last thing that we may not have considered is there's another part of the code that we may not have considered just because it happens so automatically that we don't even really think about it. Oh, got a stretch here. All right. Oh man, my shoulder popped really loud there. Whew. Yeah, Rascal, maybe. In which case, I'm gonna give you all some bonus points, I guess, on the homework. Yeah. So what happens on so what has to happen whenever we load the page for the first time or refresh the page? What kind of things have to happen? Hey, execute tricks. Yeah, in general. So well, does everything start over? Let's see. What happens? I'm clicking refresh here, and it's obviously reloading the page, right? But everything stays the same. Yeah, exactly. So something has to go out there and reload all the text, right? Just in general, it's reloading all the text, but it also has to go out and grab all the items. And it says like, okay, what's the current items that I need to display? Yeah. And this refresh also happens, we'll find later, this refresh also happens when I'm making changes to various items on the page. So the refresh is happening maybe more than we realize just because it's so quick and so automatic. But in order for the page to change, it's going to be reloaded and redisplay the most current information. Yeah, it's going to reread it and it's going to, display whatever is the most current information that it has. Yeah. Yeah, but there's probably some kind of a get request. It's going to maybe get an array and it's going to perhaps dump it into a list, right? Yeah. Oh, you're coming from Android. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to move into the web space, learning MERN stack JavaScript is a pretty good way to do it, I would say. Okay, so that's the general functionality and just kind of talking through the mechanics of the types of things that are going to be happening without getting too specific. Um, and thinking about, okay, we need to think about how this stuff is displayed, what's happening in the database when we're making these clicks. Like, flags are flipping, we've got items being added to the database, we've got items being removed from the database. When we click an item and it changes color, well, that's doing an update in the database, right? Yeah, so E and P in prep are examples. So the E is examples. And here we kind of have our examples like already displayed out for us, right? That we can see what the code is actually doing. In a code wars problem, you may need, or in a interview problem, you may need to ask for examples of what it should look like. In this case, we kind of have our examples here on the screen, but the P in the last P in prep is pseudocode, kind of which is what we talked through as far as what kind of actions occur when we are doing various things in the app. Yeah. Debbie, yeah, the page reloads every time the text is clicked. Yeah, so in order for these changes to display like this, essentially the page is being reloaded. Yeah, to grab whatever is the most current state of all the data. So in this case, everything is clicked, or we can unclick things. And each time, if you watch very closely, I don't know if you can see it, you'll see that the little load icon actually flickers. It's so fast, but watch that. See it? Watch the little reload icon in the corner. Doop, doop. It's so quick you might not see it, but it's definitely reloading. Yeah. Auto reload, exactly. Yeah. So that's something to consider. Okay, so questions on just general functionality or what's happening before we start looking at the code itself. Our application is too fast. How are we supposed to learn anything? I know. Leon needs to add more like weighty, like really weighty CSS, like big, huge background images that are multiple gigs that take forever to load. Yeah. Tank your internet connection. Make the upload slower. Each of these trash cans is 5 gigs. Transitions everywhere. Toggle the network in Google Chrome. Yeah. So any other questions about just in general the mechanics of what's happening here? We don't have to be super specific yet. We'll get there. But any last general questions? Oh wait, my brain. Or just use dial-up. Yeah, blast from the past. I remember when I was grounded, and so when I was grounded, my parents would take away my internet, and I remember I would try to log on like late at night in secret to the internet, but it was dial up, and so you had the like modem sound, and so I would try to like cover the speaker with like a pillow just to like make it not so they couldn't hear it. Sorry, mom and dad. Yeah, no, you can't. Yeah, if you ever heard those modem sounds, yeah, they're loud, man. I didn't get away with it really. Yeah, we'll go through the app setup. Don't worry, we'll get there. How old am I? Well, I lived in a rural area for most of my life, a very rural area, and so we had dial up for way longer than most people. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not seeing any other questions necessarily on like the functionality of the app. Um, but yes, the data, and by the way, the data is in an EJS file, and we will see that in a little bit here. Good dial-up stories there. I like it. When your mom had to make a phone call and you had to get off the computer. Yeah. I gotta make a phone call. Get off the internet. Exactly. Okay. So that's the general functionality of the app, not too complicated. Now let's look at the code. Hey, Florence, welcome. Good to see you again. Okay, so again, if you didn't join us when we first started, I have already forked this and I cloned it down into VS Code. So I'm going to, be able to push up to from my locally cloned copy. I can push up to my forked copy, and then theoretically at the end of this, we should be able to do a pull request straight back to Leon's version. That's the theory. We'll see. I've heard some folks are having trouble with it, so we'll see how it goes. Oh, Danny, that's a great question. So this is actually JavaScript. Yeah, this is JavaScript. We aren't using SQL here. I am a SQL dev by day. My day job is a SQL dev. However, this is JavaScript that we are using, along with a little splash of EJS um, to render our HTML and a little bit of CSS as well to do the styling. Yeah. And then MongoDB is the backend, which is a NoSQL database. Yep. It uses kind of like a JSON style formatting. Okay, so Snarvin says I forked and cloned it, cannot send it back. Okay, well we'll see how this goes. If nobody can do it, then Leon will give us another way to submit. It's all good. How did I open on the browser? Well, we're going to demonstrate that here in just a little bit. Okay, so this is the code. And I've opened it here on my machine. However, in order to kind of get it, make it usable, there are a few things that I first had to do. So, we don't need to overthink this too much. In general, if I was starting a CRUD project in VS Code, what would be the first thing that I would do? Any CRUD project. Yeah, we would just do npm init to initialize our package manager, right? And when you do that, it's okay if the code already has a package.json file, it would just kind of like overwrite it, and you'll just get a new one. Yeah, we'll just do npm init, right? And that'll start our package manager. Yeah. Okay, and folks are asking about the font size, and I totally get it. It's a very large font size. So let's just talk about that real quick. All right, so what you can do is if you've just gotten basically cloned down Leon's code, go into the folder that's called .vs code right here. Can you see that? Hope it's large enough. We've gone down to VS, so go into the folder called VS Code, go into the folder called settings.json, and just comment this out. I wouldn't necessarily delete it. Just this way you'll remember like what it's for, but we're gonna just comment that out. It's just a settings file. It's just all it is. It's just a VS Code settings file, and it's just forcing the font size to be very large for so Leon can display it on his screen because he has some kind of ridiculously large monitor, and so he just makes his font sizes super large. Yeah, you can also change the editor font size. However, note that if you start a new project, that might screw you over because your font will be super small. So this is just a local change, and you can easily comment it out, and that way all of your other projects' fonts will stay the same size. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it. I'm leaving it in here only because he's probably gonna do this for all of his projects, and so you don't want to forget, how to do this in the future, right? Um, to um, reduce font size in project. All right, there we go. So just save that, and you should be good to go. Which name file was that? So right here, look in the VS Code folder and look at settings.json. Okay? Hey, COD, welcome. VS Code settings.json, exactly. Yep. All right, so we've done that. We fixed our font size. And we've also done the first step in any CRUD project, which is npm init. And when we do that, it initializes our package.json file. And you can also, once you've done npm init, you need to obviously hit enter through all of the settings that pop up until you get your command prompt back for VS Code. So if I scroll up far enough in my terminal, should be able to maybe see. Yeah, okay, so right here, a little farther up in my terminal, you can see where I did npm init, right? We do that, and then it gives you a bunch of text, and it starts telling you various things like your package name and all that. And if you just keep hitting enter, it'll take you to the point where it says, is this okay? And you can hit enter one more time, and then you'll get your prompt back. Okay? So do your npm init and click through all the preset stuff, get your prompt back. And if we open the package.json file, how does it know all the packages to install? Yes, that's exactly what we're going to talk about. So look at here. The next thing that we would normally do when we're creating a CRUD project is, the first thing we would do is say npm init. We would click through all the settings, right? And then the next thing we would do is we would start installing a bunch of stuff, right? We would start installing like Express and cores and EJS and .env, all those things that we need, right? But since we've already downloaded, the code with a package.json file, right? We've initialized our npm init. We should see that a bunch of stuff is already listed in the package.json file. So we see all these things here, and we can access them by just saying npm install. And when we do that, it will read everything in this package.json file and go ahead and install it for us. Yeah, exactly. M is for magic set it. Yeah. If you just, so we have all these things already listed in our package.json file. It's just going to look in here and say like, oh, these are the things I need to install. Yep. So as long as you already did npm init, then just do npm install, and it will install all the packages that you need. So if you want to run the app, go ahead and do that. If you don't, then just sit tight for a minute. And we can see that when I ran npm install earlier, it added 84 packages. This is a non-permanent install. Yeah, this is a project-specific install. So the way we're doing it, it's just going to install just for this project. And then if you started a new project in the future, you would just do npm install, for whatever you needed for that project, just local. Don't stress about it, Jack Tree. It's all good. Look here. You can see I got the same thing. It's all good. No panic. Still gonna work. You're fine. Rascal says, "Rip Jack Tree coding. They will be missed." Kaboom. Don't worry about that, Jason. We'll talk about it in just a minute. Florence, yeah, I think when I copied it down, I just did the main branch. I think there's only one branch on it anyway. Yep, Beverend. Yeah, so exactly, that's all you needed to do. Because everything's already in the package.json file. It's all good. And don't you don't even need to read. So after you do npm init, it's going to give you a list of things. It's going to give you a list of things and say, is this okay? And you just got to keep hitting enter. Don't worry about it. None of that matters. Just click through it until you get your prompt back, until you get your I forget what, there's a word for it. The thing where it lets you type more stuff. The prompt. You don't even need to read. Yeah. Sometimes you just, you can just flow with it, right? Yep. That's why we clone, right? We clone things because it gives us all the package.json and all that good stuff already written out for us. Let's say I have a local file and I want to send the data dynamically. Well, we're gonna go through some EJS in a little bit, which might help you there, Kieran. Welcome, by the way. Yep, the list of packages. So look here. I didn't type anything in package.json, did I? I didn't type anything. All of my dependencies right here, they're already listed. Leon already put them in there. You don't got to install them. Yeah, and the name is wrap names API, but that doesn't matter. None of that matters. It's all good. It's all good, man. It don't matter. What matters is that we've already got all the dependencies that we need listed in package.json, and so we can just do npm install to install them all at once. It's all good, man, indeed. I am using git bash. Yes, git bash is my preferred way of interacting with Git inside of VS Code. I use git bash most of the time when I'm doing any terminal commands. That's personal preference. You might use something else. You might use WSL, chocolatey, whatever. I don't know, but I use git bash. Um, so bash is like a terminal client that can help you interact with Git. I'm sure somebody else can explain it better than I can. But it's just a way we can talk to Git and other Git related services and do other terminal commands too. Yeah, and you can make the default terminal if you want. Okay, so we've done npm init, we've done npm install, and it read the packages that were already listed in our package.json file, right? And it should, and just installed them all automatically. It said, oh, this is what I need for this project. Cool beans. And it installed all of them. We can see it added 84 packages. Cool. Okay, and once we've done that, then we have all of the packages that we need to actually run our code. Well, it installed them all because it's in the package.json file. You don't worry about verifying the installs. There's way too much for you to verify. Just trust in it that that did install everything. Have a little faith. All right. So we've installed our packages. Now, if I was building a CRUD app from scratch, forget about this code for a minute. What's another thing I might need in order to make all of the connections to my backend? What's something else that I might need? Yeah, I gave you a little hint there, didn't I? Yes, we need some kind of connection string for our database. Yeah, and where might we put that connection string? So it's safe and hidden and secret. Good guesses. I'm seeing a lot of different guesses. Yeah, we're going to put it in a .env file. So if you want to, you can create a .env file. Again, you don't have to do any of this. If you're struggling, if you're like, I don't know what the heck is going on, then just stop here, just chill for a few minutes, and don't worry about getting the app working. We're still going to walk through the code either way. It's all good. Don't panic if you're not, if you're like, I'm blown away, too much, can't do it. That's fine. But what we're going to do next is we're going to create a .env file. And to do that, you can just create a file and call it .env. Okay? Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Right. Exactly, Ryan. Take your time. It's all good. Yeah. So we created a file called .env, and I am showing you my database string because I want to be transparent. And if I don't show it, people struggle. So I'm showing you the string along with the password. Please respect my stuff and don't log into my database and change things. I will be changing the password after this stream, so it will no longer be valid. So respect my stuff, respect the process, and I trust you. Okay? Cool. All right. No touchy, indeed. All right. So we have a .env file, and in there we can put our connection string for our database. Right. And you can find the connection string inside of MongoDB by going to connect and saying connect my app and getting it there, pasting down the connection string and putting in your password. So JSON, that depends. If you want to run the app, then you'll need to create your .env file and put in your database information. If you don't want to run the app, that's fine. You don't have to. We're just going to be going through the code anyway. This is just that people asked about getting the app working. So this is how you would do that. If you don't want to worry about running the app, then you can just chill for a little bit. It's all good. Either way, it's fine. Either way, we're all going to learn something, right? Okay. So to create the .env file, in VS Code, you can just click on the little new file icon and just type .env. Literally, that's it. Just .env, just like that. No tricks. No, so at least the assignment was not to get the app running. The assignment was just to go through the code and comment out every line, which we will do. But the assignment was not to get the app running. So don't panic. If you don't want to run it tonight, you don't got to run it tonight. It's all good. We chilly chill chill. And if you don't know where to find the string, um, it took your group 3.5 hours to comment server in main. Yeah. Yeah, and so in the .env, we're going to put the db, so you're just going to put a variable called db string and set it equal to your connection string. Okay? And you can find that string by going to your database cluster and saying connect. And then saying connect your application. And I'm deliberately going a little bit fast on this part because if you've never done this before, this may not be the best tutorial for you. If you've never connected to MongoDB before, this may not be the best tutorial for you to actually connect. I would suggest looking back at my Zell tutorial, full stack Zell tutorial from about a month ago. I would suggest maybe watching that. Yeah. Trizzes. So I'll do it one more time, and then I'm not going to do it again because I really don't think if you haven't ever done this before, I would suggest just maybe sitting back and just waiting until we get to the part where we're commenting out the code. Um, and we can just talk through it and look at it visually. You don't have to worry again. You don't have to worry about getting the app running tonight. I'm just showing you this kind of as a courtesy. Um, so again, we're going to be doing the app. Leon's going to be doing the app on Thursday. It's all good. That's Thursday homework. So don't panic. You'll be okay. Again, I'm going to do it one more time. Just say connect and connect your application. I don't want folks to feel like they're behind when they're really not. Okay. Yeah, we're going to focus. I'm just showing for the folks that are ready to connect. You just grab your string and you dump in your password, put it in your .env file. Okay. Hi, breakfast. Welcome back. All right. So you grabbed your string, you dropped in your password, and the last thing, if you really want to connect the app, the last thing you would need to do is also create a new collection in your, sorry, a new database in your list of databases. So you would just create a database called to-do, Todo, and a collection called to-dos, Todos. Yeah. So JSON, it's okay. Don't worry about connecting the app. It's okay. We're going to be going over that more in class. If you haven't done it before, again, if you haven't done, if you want to learn how to do this, this is not the best tutorial for you. We're going to just chill until we get to the commenting out the code. We can just talk about it in more abstract terms. If you want to learn how to get a CRUD app running, then I would suggest going to my Zell tutorial from about a month ago. I have a whole, we spent 6 hours on actually getting an app running. It's called Let's Do Zell Homework, I think, on my Twitch or on my YouTube. Yeah. So the one thing there to be aware of, and acid, is that we aren't using Mongoose, so we don't have a schema. And so I don't necessarily think that it will do that. It may not create the collection. So I just went ahead and created it beforehand because when I tried without the collection, without the database in place, it just told me something was wrong and it wasn't, it couldn't write to it. So I don't know, maybe that was just me doing something else wrong, but I went ahead and just created the database and collection beforehand. To do and to do's. Okay. And then with all those things in place, you should, if you have followed along so far, you should be able to run the app. And if not, again, it's okay. We're going to just talk through the code and comment it out. You don't have to have it running. This is not like my normal streams where we're building necessarily need to have something functional at the end. We're just going to be talking through what the code does, right? Don't forget to save your .env file. Save it, and then you can close it. Yeah, we'll get to the part in the code where the database and collection are called. It may not be, if you're familiar with Mongoose, we're using MongoDB client for this, so it's a little different. The name for the database is todo, T-O-D-O, T-O-D-O, and the name of the collection is to-dos, T-O-D-O-S. Yeah. Okay. So I think that's enough prep. And again, if you didn't get it running, it's okay. Okay. Leon's literally gonna be doing that on Thursday. So I'm giving you a little bit of a head start here. So if you didn't get it running, it's okay. That's not really the goal of this stream anyway, right? The goal of this stream is to go through the code and understand what's happening. Let's party, indeed. That's a good way to put it, Jason. Let's party. Yeah. Okay, cool beans. So I think it's time to take our first break. But when we come back, we're going to start diving into the code and tracking through all of those those inputs and outputs that we already talked about, right? Those inputs and those outputs and those actions. We're going to start walking through each line of the code and commenting every single line. And I mean every single line. We're going to go through each one, comment them out, and see exactly what's happening. Thought this was a nonstop part. No, we got to be healthy, man. Come on. Ryan. Ryan has redeemed a foster kitten cam. Okay. I don't know that we're probably not going to do that this break, but let's maybe next break. We'll see how we're trucking. All right. All right. So 5 minutes. And when we come back from that 5 minute break, we're going to actually get into the assignment, right? This was not the assignment. The assignment was to go through the code and comment out every single line and understand what's happening. So that's what we're going to do when we come back from our 5 minute break. I'm going to go feed my dog and I will see you all back here very shortly. Welcome, Alana. 5 minute timer. All right, let's rock and roll. 5 minutes. I'll see y'all back here. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left, so come on back. Get your coffee, get your water. Okay, folks, welcome back. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer, and we are gonna get back to it. So, right. Okay, so if you don't have the app working, it's okay. Don't worry. You don't need to have it working. I just kind of gave that to you as because folks were asking for it, but that's not the assignment. Remember, getting the app working is not the assignment, okay? So the assignment is to actually go through the code and comment it out. And so if you don't, if it's not working, it's okay. So you have two terminals open, PowerShell and Bash. I only have one open. Whatever terminal you normally use. I use Bash. So that's just the one I have open. We can say I've had some errors in the past. But yeah, I have yeah, PowerShell opens by default, and I just usually open Bash. I know you can set Bash to the default, but I just haven't done it, so it's not that big of an inconvenience in my life. Oh, I need to turn my webcam back on. I apologize. Hang on, let me get my dog back in here. He needs to come in the room. All right, 2 seconds. Okay, here we are. Okay. All right. So let's start talking about the code. Okay. So I've kind of debated on where I want to start on this because we're going to go through this line by line and we're going to talk about what each line is doing. And if you yeah, if you want to run the app, if you have things running, you can type node server JS in your terminal and run it. But again, that's not necessary. Yeah, no worries at all. Just we're just going to go through now. We're moving the actual assignment, which was actually commenting out the code. So I debated about where to start this, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to start in the index.ejs file. So what is index.ejs? I'm going to collapse all the folders here so we can kind of take a big picture of this. So first off, where is index.ejs? Yeah, it's in the views folder, right? So if we open up the views folder, we can see index.ejs. Right. And just by looking at index.ejs, what do we think it's for? What is index.ejs for? I'm actually I'm going to close the terminal for now. What do we think it's for? Yeah. Yeah, it's the main page of the app, right? Just by kind of just taking a glance at this, it's showing us some of the, like, it's showing us elements like H1, and I see something about a list here, right? So this is displaying some HTML for the main page of our app, right? Content on the page is generating a view in browser. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's rendering HTML in the browser. Yeah. But we see that it's not, we would expect that if we were just looking at a regular index page, that it would be called index.html, right? But this is called index.ejs. And so as I'm looking down through this, I can see that there's some sort of oddly formatted stuff down here. And this is called EJS. And some folks have already said, folks have already commented this in chat because you're super quick and have exactly the right answer, which is EJS lets us do some additional things inside of this file that we wouldn't necessarily be able to do if we were just rendering regular HTML, right? Regular HTML tags don't look like this. And what do we see? What does this look like to us? If I just, this part that I've just highlighted, what does this look like? It doesn't look like HTML. What does it look like? Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah, it's JavaScript. Yeah, it's JavaScript that's embedded inside of our HTMLs, hence EJS, right? Embedded JavaScript. Yep. Yeah, it's a JavaScript for loop, exactly. So we're gonna get there in a minute, but I just want folks to be comfortable with what is in this file. What is this file for? What's in it? And maybe what is it trying to do? Okay, so I'm gonna skip the head of this for now, but we are going to come back to the elements that are in the head. We're going to do the body first, and we'll come back to the head of this file. Okay. So the first line that we're going to comment out, well, JSON, it depends on what you want to do. You can still build HTML pages, but they're just going to be static, right? They're not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to embed any JavaScript in them. So it like with many things, there's not, necessarily, things are not necessarily forbidden. It's more about what are you trying to do? What's the tool for the job? And in this case, the tool for the job is embedded JavaScript. So we make an embedded JavaScript file. The Reese's cup of technology better together. Yeah. All right. So what is the body tag doing? Nope. I forgot we're in HTML here. What is the body tag? What is the body tag doing? Yeah, it's our main section, right? It's the content that's being displayed, right? Because the stuff in the head, that doesn't show up, right? That's not visible on the page. We don't see all this stuff listed on the page. Our body is containing, yes, Jason, this is the homework. This is the homework. We're supposed to be commenting this stuff. So that's what we're going to do. Y'all better buckle in. Yeah, so this is the body is the main section for our content that's being displayed. Right. And honestly, this doc type, this extra one here, I think this might be extra. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this may be like a typo. I don't know. I don't think this is necessarily needed. Yeah. So, but anyway, we're going to comment that out. And we're going to say this may be a typo. I'm going to leave it there, but we're gonna comment it out. Oh, and I see too. Yeah, there's a extra there's an extra head as well. That's what you guys are trying to tell me. Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take this, and I'm literally the assignment was to comment every line. I'm just doing this. Typo, 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 baby. All right. I'm not gonna remove them. I'm not going to. I'm just gonna comment that it's a typo. Yeah. And we'll come back and we'll come out the head, the real head a little bit later. So it's okay. It doesn't hurt anything. It still displays properly, right? Lawful good. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. So let's look at the real body. Let's look at the real body. So we already said our body is our main section for content that's being displayed. So what is the what is this line doing? I'm gonna be asking y'all a lot of questions tonight. Even about stuff you might be like, duh. But what does H1 mean? Yeah, it's a main heading, right? Yeah, exactly. A main heading, a main title um, displayed on page. Exactly. All right. I'm gonna just copy this so I have it in my clipboard. All right. What is this Twitch write code? Twitch writes code comments, basically. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So what is this now? What is this line? This says UL class to do items. So what is this doing? It's an unordered list. Yeah. But what is this? What is okay? So unordered list. What is this doing? Y'all are gonna have to buckle in because we're getting real pedantic tonight. Yeah, we're creating a class called to do items. So remember, we're going line by line here, so don't work too far ahead. I know you want to, but we're going line by line. So create unordered list and assign class to the list. Okay, cool. All right. The next one. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, great. Coming in with the first time chat. I love my first time chatters that come in with the right answer. It's like you've been waiting this whole time and then you're like, well, bam, I got it. I like it. Okay. So this next line, what is this doing? First off, what is this with the parenthesis and the caret? What is that? Okay, it's EJS. EJS, right? And then what's inside the EJS? What's inside the EJS? Mm-hmm. Yep, it's JavaScript. Yeah. I'm going to say use EJS to start a for loop. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Next line. What is this doing? What is this li tag doing? Ah, yeah, we need to be specific, right? Yes. Yeah. It's not creating a list. It's creating a list item. Right. Yeah, because li goes inside of the ul tag. Exactly. Right. It's creating create a list item with a class of item. Right. Yep. Okay. Next, what is this doing? We're doing some more. Oh, CM Griffin. Thank you so much for the raid. Wow. Second raid of the day. I dig it. Welcome, folks. Good to have you. Yeah. Hey, welcome, Owen. Yeah, we came to party. Hey. Yeah. Okay, so some good answers there. We're doing so again, this is more EJS, right? And we have an if statement here. Okay, yeah, we're on line 25 there, Triz. Homeless. So developers need to read a lot of code. Yeah. A lot of the times they're actually going to be reading code that other people have written and trying to figure out what the heck it's doing. That's a big part of being a developer, especially a developer that's not, freelance, that's working as part of a team. A lot of it is going to be reading code that somebody wrote 20 years ago, and that they need you to refactor and figure out why it's breaking, and you got to figure out what's wrong with it. So, yeah, a lot of it is reading code and not necessarily always writing. Good question, though. Yeah. Um, yep, exactly. So we are checking to see if some kind of an item. So what might this be doing? What might this be doing? It's definitely checking to see if something is true. What might this be doing? What might this be checking specifically? We looked at the structure in the database a little bit earlier. Do we remember that? Exactly, chemo. Yeah. If we recall, when we looked at the MongoDB database a little bit earlier, yeah, and we saw that there was a completed property, right? There was a completed property on the item. Yeah, and it's checking to see if an element in that item, or sorry, if an element in that object or whatever is true. To check if an item in an array with a completed property is true. Yeah. And for those of you who are wondering how I'm doing the comments, I just have the comments syntax in my clipboard, and I'm just pasting it each time. Okay, so we're checking. So this is an if statement. We're starting an if statement here. And for those of you who just joined us, welcome, by the way. We are doing a little bit of a deep dive tonight into a completed CRUD app. So a JavaScript CRUD app that uses EJS to render and has a MongoDB backend. So it's a MERN stack CRUD app. And we are doing a little bit of a deep dive into this and literally going through every single line of the code and explaining what it does. So if you want to join us and be a little bit nitpicky and pedantic tonight, you are welcome to stick around because that's what we are going to be doing. This app is pre-written for us. It's part of our homework. So we're just going through it and commenting it out. Yeah. Okay. And we're not going to, and another important thing here, we're not going to be editing any of this code. We're not going to be changing it to make it better or improving it at all. The assignment wasn't to improve the code. The assignment was just to go through and figure out what it's doing. So I know there may be things that we want to change, and there's things that I want to change in this, certainly. We found mistakes already. But the important thing is that we understand what's happening. Yeah. Okay. So next line. What is this doing? What is the span tag doing? What is the span tag for? Hey, Jag Tony, no worries. Good to see you. Yeah, it's a small inline element. Exactly. Yeah. So we're creating a span. With a class, right? And what's inside of that span? Yeah, it's a small separation of text for later multiplication. Yeah. What's inside of the span? What do we think is happening here? Yep, it's a value and it's a task. Yeah, yeah. So here we have some EJS, adding EJS to display, the name of the class. Sorry, not the name of the class, sorry. The name of the task, my apologies. Yes, replacing in the name of the task, right? And we can see that it's using some kind of an array notation, right? We're using array notation. So what this is telling us is that at some point, our EJS is going to be taking in some kind of an array, and we can go into that array using bracket notation and dot notation to pull out certain properties that are inside of that array. Yeah. And what do we think that this completed, so thinking back on how the app functions, what do we think that that completed class will do for us? Oh yeah, and Jason already answered that question, saying that the class of completed is probably what's going to give us that formatting, right? Yeah, exactly, LJ. We're going to be, so at some point, we're going to be, our EJS is going to be receiving an array, and then we're going to be pulling in a specific item with a property of thing out of that array. I would not be able to type this code from memory, no. Nope, would not. I say that with, zero hesitation whatsoever. And Leon has said that also, is that he can't type, this stuff is like, this stuff doesn't come from memory. A lot of times it comes from previous projects. You cherry pick the things that worked and you put them in your next project. Yeah. So it's a property on our array, and we're pulling it out and we're displaying it in the span. Okay. So what's happening on this line? LJ says amen to that. Yeah, absolutely. You shouldn't be typing it, learning, well, typing things out from scratch is awesome while you're learning. But once you actually start, building things at a decent pace, copying and pasting is perfectly fine. The knowledge is not being able to type everything from scratch. Knowledge is knowing exactly what to copy and paste and where to put it. Yeah, it's EJS for our if else syntax. Exactly. EJS for the else clause of our if statement, right? It's the EJS for the else clause of our if statement. And we're on line 27, by the way. Yeah, that's a great explanation there, Wild Flamingos. If an item with a completed property isn't true, then do this. Okay, excellent. So inside of this else statement, what's happening on the next line? What's happening on the next line? Yeah, yeah. Tame Mr. nailed it, I think. Putting a task. So again, we're getting the task and we're putting it in a span and we're displaying it. But the difference is that we don't have a class this time. We don't have a completed class. So I'm just going to say added EJS to display the name of the task. I'm just going to grab that part. With no class. Yeah. Perfect. Oops. I lost my clipboard. Dang it. All right, there we go. Okay, and this line, very quickly, what is it doing? Yeah, we're just closing our else statement. EJS to close the else statement. Right. Okay, and next line. Yeah, favicon. Uh-huh. Show the trash icon. Yep, trash can icon. Exactly. So what this is doing is just creating a span, right? It's creating a span with a class of FA trash. Now, if you've not used favicons before, sorry, font, it's not favicons, sorry, font awesome icons. I call them favicons, I'm sorry. Font awesome icons. They're added as a class to a span in order for them to display. Yeah. Oops. So display font awesome icon of trash can inside a span. Yeah. Okay, and then the next line. Fa, fa, fa. Yeah, sorry, Genius, I misspoke there. I meant to say font awesome. I said favicon. Sorry, those are two very different things, and you're exactly right. Yes, we are closing our list item. Mm-hmm. And the next line. Yeah, we're ending. Well, what are we doing exactly? What are we closing here? EJS. Uh-huh. To close what? What is this? What is this close bracket doing? Yeah, it's closing EJS to close the for loop, right? Right. Exactly. Okay. And this line? Yeah, Gog Walker. Welcome. And that's the correct answer. Good job. All right, what is this? And this, what is this doing? It's closing. Yes, exactly. Great answer. It's closing our unordered list. Right. Okay, so let's step back for a second. We just commented out all of this code line by line. And let's kind of talk about in general, what is this whole section doing? So we're creating an unordered list, and then using EJS, we're starting a for loop. And inside of that for loop, we're creating a list item. So the for loop is looping through, it's looping through some kind of an array, probably of some kind. So we're looping through an array, and for each item in the array, we're creating a list item inside of our unloaded list. And then we're checking to see if the item that we're creating that list element for, if that item is completed, then we display the item inside of a span and give that span a class of completed. Okay. If it doesn't meet this criteria, if the item does not have a completed property associated with it, then we do pretty much the same thing, except we don't add that completed class, right? So either way, all of the items are going to get displayed. But if they have a completed class, sorry, but if they are completed, if they have that completed property equals true, then we just add a completed class. And if the completed property is false, then we don't add the completed class. Okay? And then after each item, before we close the list item, after each item, we add a font awesome icon of a trash can. And we are on, so we're looking at lines 23 through, lines 22 through 32, just kind of in general. We're just going through what this is doing. Mm-hmm. And so we're adding the trash can icon, we're closing our list item, we're closing our for loop, and we are ending our list. Okay, so how does that actually look in real life? Well, if we go back to the app real quick, that whole section is essentially covering this part of what's displayed on the screen, right? Each of the list items is being pulled from an array. It checks to see whether or not it's completed. And if it's completed, like test 4 here, it assigns the completed class, which is going to cause some formatting changes, right? If it's not completed, like test 5, It just adds the list item with no class. And then regardless of whether or not it's completed, it adds the trash can icon. Okay? Does that make sense? So if that makes sense, then we'll go ahead and move on to the next thing at line 35. Okay. Feel free to ask questions at any point. I'll talk as long as y'all let me, but but you're also welcome to ask questions at any point and I will answer. Oh, good, good, untouchable. Welcome, by the way. Okay, so what is this line doing? First off, what kind of tag are we creating here? What is this? What is this tag doing for us? This H2 tag? Yeah, it's a heading level 2. Uh-huh. And then we're displaying some text here. And what less important header, yeah. And what do we have here? What do we think this might be? Hmm. Yeah, okay. So obviously, so it's okay. We don't have to know exactly what this does, but clearly it's some EJS, right? And using EJS to display. Now, if we look back at the app, we should be able to determine what that word left means. So if we look back here, we can see here is our H2. And this has become a number that changes depending on what I click on. So this looks to be some kind of a variable, right? To display a showing how many tasks are left to complete. Yeah. Thanks, Nicole. Welcome, by the way. Yeah, it's gonna be somehow it's gonna display a number, and we'll get there. We'll get to how that displays. And I saw somebody ask the question earlier about about this section up here. We talked about adding the trash can icon, but somebody asked, well, what about the part where we click on the stuff and it does something? What about the part where we actually click on like the trash can icon or click on the items and it does something? Why do we think that we don't see that in our EJS? Why do we think that we don't see that? Why don't we see anything about clicking on the items to do something else? Yeah, that's going to be somewhere in our JavaScript, right? That is handled by that's going to be handled by our JavaScript, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll see that in a little bit. We'll see where that's handled a little bit later. Yep, that was a great question, by the way. I'm sorry, I forget who asked it. Yeah, that was an excellent question. So I wanted to address it. Yeah, but yeah, that's handled by JavaScript. We're gonna have something listening. We're gonna have something listening for those clicks, not in this file, but elsewhere. It's gonna be listening for a click in this file, and it's gonna pick it up and it's gonna do stuff with it. Yeah. Okay. How does API versus CRUD work? Do you CRUD every database? Well, CRUD is just a term. CRUD just stands for create, read, update, delete, right? And so if you have those types of actions being performed, then you're using CRUD. You might only have an app where you use the R in CRUD, right? You might only have one that reads from a database or from an API. Or you might have all four. It just depends. Again, right tools for the right job, right? Okay, so what's this one doing? What's this line doing? I'm gonna name my first kid CRUD. Yeah, it's just another header, right? Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So now this is a little bit more interesting. This part here. So let's go through it line by line, and then we'll talk about what it's actually doing. Kid cruddy. Nice one. All right. So what do we have here? What is this? What is just this line? Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. What is this line doing? There's a few things that it's doing more than one thing. What is this doing? It's okay if you only know one of the things that it's doing. Yeah, it's creating a form. Create a form. Okay. And yeah, it has a create a form with a post method. Create a form with a post method that when submitted, it goes to the route in the action. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's creating a form with a post method that is going to essentially go to this route, to the route called add to do. Yeah, it's routing to add to do. Exactly. Add to do route. Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, the route. Mm-hmm. Oh. Now, what does post mean? When we're speaking about CRUD, what does post mean? Oh, sorry, Triz. We're on line 39. Yeah, post means create. Post is the C in CRUD. Exactly. Ah, Fitz. Fitz asked, what about get? Well, if we think about what a form is for, a form is for input, right? A form is where we put things into, which we'll get to in the next line here. So the get is not happening here, and we'll see where it's happening a little bit. Yeah, post means to put something somewhere, right? Yep. Yep. Okay. And why do we want to maybe send things to a certain route? Why do we care? Why do we care about the route? Why do we send a route? Yeah, it is a good question, isn't it? It's okay if you don't know. Yeah. Yeah, so the server knows what to do. Right. Yeah. So it does the thingy thing. Yeah, because we want to see we want to hit we want to hit a certain place in our server that is listening for this post method. We want to hit exactly the point in our server that's going to handle this information properly. It's going to handle it in the way that we expect. Yeah. So when we get to the server, we're going to be defining various routes, and essentially it's like an index. It's kind of, and on our server, it's going to be kind of like an index, and so we can create a match. We're creating like a match between our user facing side and our server side, and it's like a puzzle piece. We want to make sure that the right puzzle pieces are fitting together between our user side and our server side, and we can do that by creating certain routes that say, hey, if the route is add to do, go exactly to this place on the server and nowhere else. Yeah, exactly. So we're creating a form with a post method that goes to the add to do route. And it's okay if you're not quite sure what this means yet. We'll see exactly what this does when we get to the server. Okay, so next line, What are we doing here? What are we creating? What is this tag for? What is this tag for? What is it creating? Yeah, we're creating a text field. We're creating an input field where we can input stuff. Yeah, so specifically this tag, the input tag, is creating an input box. And what type of input is it allowing? Yeah, Jamin. Yeah, exactly. Welcome, Jamin. Yeah, we're allowing, so we have an input box where we can put something, but we're specifying that the input type should be text. You can specify other types if you would like. You can specify numbers, and it'll force it to only be numbers. You can specify other things. But in this case, we're saying, hey, it needs to be text. Okay. That accepts text. Okay. What is placeholder for? What does the placeholder do? Ah, yeah, it's the text that appears when the box is empty, before the user starts typing, right? We'll look at that in just a minute. If you haven't noticed it, if you didn't notice it before. Mm-hmm. Create an input box that accepts text with default text inside of it before you type type ugh, anything. Okay. And what is this last thing doing? It's a hint, yeah. Yeah, we're giving the name, we're giving we're not necessarily naming the form here. We're naming the input box, right? It names it, yeah. Why might we want to, why might we want to add a name to our input box? Yeah, yeah. We're assigning a name. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and why might we need that? Why might we need that? Yeah, we're giving it a unique value so that we could reference it later, right? If we wanted to grab a value from this input box specifically, let's say I had 16 input boxes. Let's say I had 16 input boxes on the page, and I wanted to grab something from input box 5. A good way for me to do that would be by giving each input box a name so that I can easily reference it elsewhere in the code, right? Exactly, and we can use it later in main.js or server.js more easily this way. We can find it and recall it. Yeah. Now, we haven't submitted anything yet. We're just talking about the input box, right? So the input box is given a name for later reference. Okay, cool. All right, now the last thing, what is this doing? What is this doing? What is the type? What is that type doing? Why do we want this type? Why are we assigning a type? Yeah. Yeah, it has to do with submitting the form, right? It gives it gives the form a submit button, right? We're giving the form a submit button. Now, what what might we have done in the past if you didn't use forms before, if you've done HTML before and you didn't use forms and you just used an input box, what would you have to do instead? If you just had an input box with no form, what would you have to do instead? What tag would you use? Yeah, you'd have to make a button, right? You'd have to use the button tag specifically. Yeah, you have to use the button you have to use a button tag specifically. However, the form has this built-in type that you can assign that not only creates a submit button for you, right? It also allows you to assign methods to it that can pass data up to the server already packaged for you. Yeah, we'll see how this works when we get to the server side. But yeah, so form functionality is pretty cool when you're building CRUD apps versus just using input boxes. Using forms allows you to use some built-in, just some functionality that's built into the HTML tags. There's no issue with separation of concern here. It's literally built into the tag. And so instead of building things manually, you can use this built-in functionality to just toss stuff straight up to your server. Magic forms, indeed. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So that's what, so we can use forms to post things and submit things like kind of automatically, right? Using this built-in functionality. So there are times. So okay, that's an interesting thing you bring up there, Fitz. Wouldn't use inputs outside of a form, so because you lose so much behavior. What would be a time when you're building a CRUD app when you might need to use an input box that's not inside of a form? So here's a pop quiz. Level 2 question. Hmm. Hmm. What can't forms do natively? Yeah, yeah. Forms can't natively update things. They can post things, right? Yeah, they can't, but they can't update, right? So there's certain things that forms can't do, unfortunately, and it's just the way they are. They can't, you can't do puts. So like there's no put method associated with forms natively. Um, that's just, just the way they are. It's the way that the tag is built. Um, That's why we use when we if you were on my to-do list stream, some folks asked, well, why did I kind of fudge a put using a post method in a form? That's just because forms can't put. You can fudge it. You can fudge it. Yeah, you can do it on the JS side, but there's no built-in put method in forms. Yeah, and you can do it with JS, exactly. I just want folks to be aware if they try to change this method to put, it's not gonna work. Yeah. Fudge, indeed. Okay, cool. So last thing here, I'm gonna give you a freebie here. Closing the, we're closing the form tag, right? Okay, perfect. Now, what is this line doing? Yes, exactly, Triz. Yep, we'll do the header too, yeah. Yeah, and we're on line 45, by the way. We skipped down a couple lines because there's some blank lines. We're on line 45. Yeah, we're linking to our JavaScript file, exactly. Where is that JavaScript file located? Well, so we're linking to a file called, and it's important to be specific. We're linking to a file called Main.js, right? And where is that file located? It's located in, hmm, ah, where is it? It was hidden, right? Yeah, it's in the public folder. Yeah. And then inside of the public folder, we have a folder called JS. Aha. So links to the main.js file, links to the main.js file in the public folder. Sorry, we could say in the JS folder in the public folder. Yeah, exactly. So interestingly enough, well, we'll get to this later, but interestingly enough, I didn't have to say, or we didn't have to say public slash JS slash main.js, right? We didn't have to. Yeah, why don't we have to specify the public folder in the path there? I won't ask you to answer that right now. We will get that explanation in a little bit when we go over to our server.js file. But it's good to, it's something to consider, to remember. We'll cover that in a minute. Yeah. But yeah, we don't have to specify public. And we'll see why that is in a little bit. Okay. And we're gonna have a break here very soon. I want to finish out this body, and then we'll have our break. Then we'll go up and just buzz through the head, and then we will move on to probably our main.js. We'll finish out everything that's in the views and public folders, and then we'll go over to the server. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll do our break in just a minute. Okay. What is this file doing? Sorry, what is this line doing? My apologies. Closing. Yep. Closing the body tag. And next one. Closing our HTML tag. Yes. HTML tag. All right, there we go. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and save this just in case. And we're going to take a break. And then when we get back, we're going to just breeze through the header. And then we're going to move on to the other items in the public folder. And yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We've done once we finish index.ejs, we'll do the other items in the public folder. And then we'll go on to the back end. Okay. So 5-minute break. Got to be healthy. Got to stay hydrated. Do what you got to do. Oh yeah, and then we have a cat cam as well. Um, and so when we come back from the break, I will show one of my foster kittens on camera, and you can say hi to the kitty. Hey, Jenpo, welcome. Yeah, so I'll probably come back. I'll probably come back from break a little bit early just to kind of show the kitten a little bit, and you can we have a little extra kitten time without taking away from code time. Okay. All right, I'll see you back here in 5. I'll get the timer going. See you in a bit. Okay, folks, don't worry. You've still got a minute and a half. I'm going to go ahead and start the kitten cam. All right, I'm going to change my screen here. There we go. All right. This is Xenos the World Destroyer, or Little Quithby. Oh yeah, we'll see if my mic will pick up the purrs. It's capturing it. I've got noise canceling turned on the mic, and I just don't think it can pick it up. But yes, this is not a kitten that still needs a name. The one that still needs a name, unfortunately, does not. I tried picking her up. She just doesn't want me to hold her, and that's okay. I'm gonna respect that. Um, and but she's very friendly. She just doesn't like being picked up. So, um, this little dude is perfectly okay with it. Um, yeah, he loves being held. He's purring. Yeah, this one is fine with me holding him. Um, the one that still needs a name, unfortunately, does not like me picking her up, so I wasn't gonna do that. But yeah, he's cool with it. Yeah, he's all good. He's just purring like crazy, aren't you, little man? Yeah. And yeah, he's actually the reason that I have this litter. Um, he was having a lot of trouble gaining weight. He was very thin, and so yeah, he's the reason I have this litter because he needed to put on some weight, and so he is putting on weight very nicely. Yes. Yes, there is still another kitten that needs a name. She is solid black and has long hair. Maybe I'll probably show a picture on next break. So if you would like to name her, and again, I'll show you a picture on the next break. If you would like to name her, you are welcome to spend channel points and pick a name for her. Yeah. All right. Well, I think our timer is up. So um, I will go ahead and put this little man back. But yes, he says hello. Yes, and he has some very lovely toe beans as well. Yes, they are very cute. And I'll put this little man back and then we will get back to it. All right. One moment. All right, and we are back. Let me switch my screen here. Okay. The timer is telling us it's time to get back to work, so let's get back to work. Okay, so what we're going to do here is the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and comment out our header. Um, Kittens, homeowner, dev job. Yeah, you too can get here. Yes. I truly believe it. If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't be streaming for 100 devs, right? Can't believe my SB slowed down my internet during cat time. Aw. You can always catch the VOD. They'll be on the VOD for you. Okay. So, what is this first line in the header doing? What is this doing? Yeah, we're telling the browser the type of yeah, we're starting the page, and we're telling the browser what type of document we're going to be displaying, right? We're still in the index.ejs, and we're on line 1 now. We're just looking at the header. We were looking at the body before, and now we're moving up to the header of the document. Yep. Telling the browser what type of document will be shown. Yeah. All right. Next line. Oh, thanks, Cararoso. Welcome also. Welcome. What's this line doing? What's lang n doing for us? Language. Yeah, we're setting the language to English. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and that's true. That's a good point. This is the start of the HTML tag, right? We closed the tag before. We closed it down here. But line 2 is where we're actually starting our HTML tag. Yeah. Okay, and what's this line doing here? Yeah, localization. Hey, Triz, we're still in the same file we were in before. The same file we were in before the break. We didn't change files. Yeah, we're starting the head. And Driftwood, you're right. In the head, we are giving some metadata and behind the scenes stuff, right? So we're starting the head tag to store our metadata, right? Yeah. The second head, yeah. There are accidentally two tags in this, two head tags in this. That's right. We commented out the typos though. All right. What's the next line doing? Meta car set. What is this one doing? Hmm. For a hint, you can always hover over it. Yeah, it's our encoding type. It's our encoding type for the characters. Yeah. There are different types that we could use. Yeah. What kind of character what set of characters it should use, right? Yeah. Uh, indicates what character set should be used. Right. Okay. What is this meta tag doing? XUA compatible content, i.e. Edge. Hmm. I've never known. That's why we're going line by line, right? Well, let's look at it. Let's hover over it. Hmm. Yeah. In general, it's about compatibility, right? There's a lot of things that it could be here, but in general, we're indicating compatibility. And Rascal has a good, I was trying to think of a good concise explanation, but I think Rascal has a good one there. So it tells Microsoft browsers which version of Internet Explorer to render the page as. Yeah, so for that's appropriate compatibility, for Microsoft browsers. Yeah. Gets things on edge because I'm edgy. Yeah. Now this one's kind of interesting. So what's a viewport? Like what is this doing here? What is this meta tag doing? Viewport, device width, initial scale. What do you think this is doing? We never really look at meta tags, do we, right? We always just kind of put them in. We don't really think about them. Yeah, exactly. Here too, right. Exactly. So we're setting the viewport width to the device width. So we're telling um, the browser that the width of what is being displayed should be equal to the width of the screen of the viewing area that's available, essentially. Yeah, we're kind of setting the default viewing area for where this stuff will be displayed. But specifically the width. Now, why don't we care about the height? Why would we not set the thing to the display height as well? Why are we just thinking about width here? Why are we thinking about width here and not height? Yeah. Narcissus code coming in there with the first time chat. I dig it. I dig it. Yeah. Because you can scroll, right? Because scrolling is a thing. Yeah. So vertical scrolling is yeah, vertical scrolling is pretty standard. But however, horizontal scrolling is not often seen as, you know, um, it's not often, it's less common, right? You could set the height to device height. Absolutely, you could. But the reason why we don't is because scrolling is, standard practice for web pages. We expect that a web page is going to have more content than can fit in one single location, and scrolling is perfectly valid thing to do. Yeah. All right. Sets the width of available viewing area to the width of the device. I cannot spell. Device screen. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, and we're also setting a scale of 1.0, which I've never changed it, but I assume you could, set that bigger and everything would be bigger by default, but I haven't ever changed it. So, all right. What is this title tag doing? What does the title tag do for us? Gives us a title. Why do we need a title? Why do we care? Yeah. That's what's displayed on the browser tab, right? So the title of this app is currently called document. And so if we look in the browser, look what's on the browser tab. Document. Yeah. That's the text that appears on the browser tab, right? That's the text that appears on the browser tab. So assign a title that appears on the browser tab. Yeah. Okay. Now, what is horizontal scrolling is the entire Tinder gimmick? All right. what is this next tab doing? This next line doing, I'm sorry. It's a link, right? And we're linking to what? What kind of a link is it? It's a link to a style sheet. And then we have there's a URL here, right? Yeah. And it's allowing us to what is this allowing us to do? It's linking to Font Awesome, sure, right? And we said Font Awesome is the source for all of those icons. Font Awesome is the source for a bunch of our icons. Yeah, and we're linking to Font Awesome as a style sheet, right? And it gives us access to that icon library. Exactly. Yeah. Creates a link to the font awesome icon library. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Okay. And then what's this last line here in the header doing? Yeah, what is this doing? Right. Yeah, we're linking to the local style sheet. And where is that style sheet? Is it in CSS slash dot? Where is it? Actually, where is it actually located? Public. Yeah. So this is in the public folder. Again, this is in the public folder, but we don't have to specify public here. And we'll get to that. We'll get to that in the server, why that is, in our server.js, why that is. But yeah, we don't say public slash CSS dash style.css, but creates a link to the local style sheet in the public folder. Yeah, exactly. All right. Last but not least, what's this line doing? And we're on line 10 here. We're just finishing out the header. Last line, what's it doing? Yeah, we're closing our header tag. And what if I forgot that closing tag just for some reason? What if I didn't close um what if I didn't close the header? What might happen? Sorry, not header. Yeah, sorry. That's a good distinction. It is the head tag. You're right. Yep, not a header. It's a head. Yep. Yeah, so if we didn't close it, nothing would show, right? Yeah. We can try that. We'll see if it even renders. I don't know if it will. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, it still works. Okay. Well, that's good. So apparently if you don't close your header tag, it doesn't matter. Oh, wait, no. I think it's reading this close. Okay, hang on. The experiment continues. Hang on. There was a duplicate header tag down there below. So the browser is super forgiving. Yeah. Ah, it's too forgiving. I wanted it to just like fail to render. So apparently the browser knows that occasionally people are going to forget stuff. And so, eh. But theoretically, if you didn't close it, it wouldn't render at all. Oh well. I wanted it to break, but the browser was too smart for me. Yeah, we have two heads, but the second part is a typo. Okay, so we've commented every single line in this file. What? Wild. Yes, so I'm going to save it. And then We did it. Indeed, we did. Yeah. Go us. Good for us. Okay. So that was our index.ejs. Now let's go on. So let's get a little bit of an easy win here. Let's go on to our style.css. And we're gonna kind of get into we're gonna I'm kind of going in order of the way we covered things in class. So we started with HTML in class, right? And then we moved on to CSS and then JavaScript. So that's kind of the order that I'm going in. And then we're gonna cover that, and then we're also gonna cover like the peripheral stuff as well. But yeah, so CSS. Oh boy, it's such a crazy CSS file, right? So much going on here. CSS, oh, scary. Yeah, but oh man, I don't know. I don't know if I can interpret this. There's too much here. All right, that's enough of that. Okay. So, what's this H1 doing here? Got to change my comment format. All right. What is this doing? Yeah, it's a selector. Exactly. Good vocab word. And it's selecting. Now, what if I had three H1s? What if I had three different H1s in my file? What would this do? What if I had three different H1 tags? It would select all of them, right? So I'm going to say selects any H1 tag in the uh, EJS file. Yeah. Yeah. All of them would be red. Yeah, exactly. If we had multiple H1s, they would all be red. Yeah. COD, we are in a course called 100 Devs. If you type exclamation point Leon, like it's if you type exclamation point Leon in chat, you'll get links to our Discord and Leon's Twitch, and you can learn how to be a web developer for free. Pretty cool. Okay, so and then what is this doing? Oops, forgot to copy my. What is the next line doing? Yeah, we're changing the text color to red. Changing. Awesome. Welcome, Con. Yeah, totally. Get in here. That's right. Okay. And last but not least, what are we doing here? We're closing our selector. Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're closing the block. Right. Okay, now what is this doing? What is this next CSS? What is this next piece of CSS doing? Madeline, you may want to drink a coffee. Just saying. I know how these things go. Yeah. And so it's targeting a class, right? How do we know it's targeting a class and not just a tag called completed? How do we know there's not a tag called completed and it's targeting that? It's the dot. Yeah. 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 Right. Because of the dot. What if I had a specific tag that had a specific ID? How would I target that? What if I had something ID equals and then whatever name? How would I target that in my CSS? Yeah, right. The Octothorpe, indeed. The Octothorpe. Yep. Why would I call it a hashtag when an Octothorpe is much cooler? All right. All right, so I'm going to give you a freebie here. This next one, we are changing the text color to gray. Aren't I generous? Okay. What is this next one doing? This text decoration line through. What does it mean by text decoration? Hey, Sprockets. 3 to you as well, my friend. Yeah. We're striking through. Yeah, we're applying a strike through style to the text, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And then in the last one, I'm going to give you another freebie. Again, we are closing our selector. Okay, that wasn't too bad, was it? All right, so we've commented out our index. We've commented out our style sheet. Now, next thing we're going to do, kind of like, again, I'm kind of going in like review class order here. HTML-ish, right? It was EJS, but whatever. HTML followed by CSS. Now let's take a look at the main.js file. Oh, we got some stuff going on here, don't we? Got some functions. Okay. Well, let's go through this and see what's happening. A lot of stuff, indeed. Things are happening, right? Okay. Finally, I can use the double slash for comments now. I'm so happy. Okay, so in this first line, const delete btn equals document.query selector all dot fa trash fa trash. What do we think might be happening here? Next 2 hours is what happening. Hey, we go until we go, my friends. Triz has asked, on a team of 10 devs, who would commonly be assigned to do these comment markups? Usually the new person. No, I'm kidding. Every dev should be responsible for their own comments. Generally, that doesn't always happen. Sometimes there's one person who's just more fastidious about documentation and takes it upon themselves to document others' code. It could just be, it varies by team who's in charge of that kind of thing. Generally, there's not one person assigned to it. It's every dev for themselves as far as documentation and commenting. But sometimes you're lucky enough to have a technical writer on the team that can do documentation for you. But generally, as far as code comments goes, you're responsible for that. Okay, so yes, in general, we are creating a variable. So creating a variable, and what are we assigning to it? What are we doing? What is this document query selector all doing? And what do we think? Yeah, we're selecting. I like that. That's a great explanation there, Abidemi. We're selecting all elements with we're selecting all elements with a class of the trash can. And I guess it's to say maybe so. Okay, creating a variable and assigning it. Now let's see, assigning it to a selection here. I'm going to change this a little bit, and assigning it to a selection of all elements with with a class of trash can, essentially. Yeah, we're selecting all the trash can icons, right? And assigning that selection to this variable. Yeah. And now this is interesting. So this next item is obviously doing something similar. right? Again, we have a variable and we're doing a selection. So again, we're creating a variable. Of what? What are we selecting here? So we have a dot item. So we have a dot something, but then we have a space and then it just says span. So what is it doing here? Yeah, yeah, like Driftwood said, we're selecting a class of item because we have the dot, but then any span tags, yeah, any general span tags, yep, associated with that class. Yeah, so let's real quick, let's just look and see what that means. So if you look back at our code here, so any span tags that are essentially inside of that item class. So here we have a list item with a class of item, right? And there are span tags inside of it. Yeah. So that's essentially what that's doing. So item and then span. Of I'm trying to think a concise way to say this. Let me hydrate. The selection of span tags. Yeah, that's a good way to say it. It's span tag. I was kind of struggling with the best way to put that concisely. All spans. Yeah, that's a good way. All spans within a parent that has the class of item. Yep. Of a parent with a class of item. Yeah, good way to put it. Perfect. Okay. And so in here, again, we see something similar happening. We're creating a variable and assigning it to a selection of. Now something slightly different is happening here, right? A selection of what is this doing? What is this targeting? Yeah, yeah. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So we're what we're doing is we're creating a variable, right? And it's assigning it to a selection of spans that are also that have a parent in with a class of item, but the spans must also have a class of completed. So it's completed spans inside of a parent that has a class of item. Yeah. Of spans with a class of completed inside of a parent with a class of item. Yeah. So it's more specific, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So it's just sort of pre-selecting some stuff for us and assigning it to variables because writing this like, having this be typed out every single time is going to be way too wordy for what we're trying to do. No worries, Emerald. Feel free to catch the VOD later on. Um, and check out my YouTube as well. What was what? Sorry, Chris. Did you need me to repeat something? No worries. Feel free to ask at any point if you didn't catch something or you need me to repeat. I'm all good for that. Okay. So we've done all of our const here. We've declared some oh, you can't see the comment? Ah. Man, that sucks that your internet's not cooperating with you. Yeah, you can always grab the VOD later. It's up for 60 days. Yeah. But thanks for stopping in, Trizes. I'm sorry you can't stick around, but I appreciated having you here. Okay. So we've sort of declared some variables here. We've declared some, and specifically, what type of we're declaring a specific type of variable here. What is it? What is a const variable doing for us? Why do we say const? What does that mean? Yeah, right. It can't be reassigned. It doesn't change. Exactly. Yeah. So it's important to take note. It's important to take note of that. Yeah. Okay. So next thing, what is happening here? Array, array from delete button for each. Array from delete button for each. What's happening here? Right. That's a great answer, Chase Morgan. Yeah. So, yep. So what we've done here is we've created a we've essentially selected multiple elements, right? There are there may be one trash can on the page, depending on how many items are in the database. There may be one trash can on the page, there may be 60. And so what we're doing here is we are taking those delete buttons and creating an array, right? And then what is the for each doing? What is the for each part doing? We're looping, right? Yeah. So from our selection and starting a loop. Exactly. We're going to be iterating through it. Okay. And then so what are we doing during each iteration? What are we doing? We're adding an event listener. Yeah. Add an event listener to the, now it's important to be kind of to think about what's actually happening. We're adding, so we're looping through each item, and then on the current item, we're adding an event listener. Yep. Current item, right? And yeah, and we're listen, that's going to help us listen for a click, right? And what is this? So the this specific click that we declare here, right? That is, yeah, that's helping us listen specifically for a click. We could be listening to other things. We could be listening for other things. We could be listening for a keystroke instead, or a key press, key up, key down. We can listen for other types of things. Normally we just do clicks, but we can listen for other types of things as well. That waits for a click. And then what does it do once, what does it do once we click? On click, yeah. So Chase Morgan and M have answered that there. So once there is a click, it calls a function, called delete item, right? Yeah, it runs the delete item function, exactly. Okay, and I'll give you another freebie here, and we're gonna close our loop. Hey, no worries, Code. Feel free to catch the VOD later. I knew this was going to be a long one going in. Um, yeah, that's why we got VODs. Definitely sleep is important. Yeah, we're going to run delete item, exactly. And then we close the loop. Okay, so we can see kind of something similar is happening here, right? In the next thing, we're on line 9 now. All right, so again, we're creating an array. And we're starting a loop. Exactly. Okay, so we're creating an array from our selection and we're starting a loop. And remember, what are we selecting here? We're selecting a span. We're selecting a span that has a parent class of item. Okay. Excuse me. Wouldn't that get the other spans as well though? And I think it's important here to I think that I was kind of thinking about that too. And I think that yeah, it has to do with like the order in which we're doing this stuff, right? Trying to think of a good way to say it. So I think it has to do with the order in which we're doing this stuff. So the trash can so this gets an event listener assigned, and then the mark complete is assigned to only the remaining text, but I'm actually not 100% sure on why that works. I may need to look at the EJS again to see why that works. Because yeah, you're right. I mean, it's like, what is it actually capturing? Because it also, yeah. So if you console logged it, but what's interesting is when you actually do it in practice, it doesn't break, right? Because you would think it would just grab everything, and so apparently it is. Night night cod. Yeah, so that's kind of interesting to see. So apparently it just ends up working, but yeah. But yeah, we can maybe explore that a little bit later. See why it does work. Okay, so what's happening next is again very similar. We're adding an event listener, right? Adding an event listener to the current item that waits for a click and then calls a function called what? And I get you drift with what you're saying as far as drilling down from the class that you want to select. But in this case, real quick, going back to the EJS, our whole list item has a class of item. And then we have multiple spans in there, including the trash can span. So yeah, so all of this is enclosed in the item, in the thing with the class of item. And then so like we have spans that contain both text and the icon. So it's just interesting to me. But anywho, yeah, so we're calling the function called mark complete. Right, exactly. And then in the end, we close our loop. So this part is a little repetitive, but are we following what's actually happening here? Are you all following what happens when we are first doing the selection and then adding the event listeners? I don't want to leave anybody behind on this part. I know it's repetitive, but that doesn't mean that it's not an important thing to know what's happening. So again, we're creating an array from our selection, right? Creating an array from our selection. In this case, we're creating an array from item completed. So we're looking for spans with a class of completed under the parent class of item. So we're creating an array from the selection. And this is kind of interesting. We should know what's happening here specifically. Sorry. We should know what's happening here specifically. Again, we're selecting items with some spans specifically with a class of completed. and with a parent of item. So thinking about just the app in general and how it looks, what type of item would get this event listener for an incomplete function? What type, what, thinking about the way the app displays, what type of a task, what type of task would get this mark incomplete event listener? A task that's already completed. Yeah. So only a task that's already completed is going to be added to this array and get the event listener. Yeah. That's important to think about. Yeah. Right. Because we don't want something that's not completed. We don't want we we don't want an incomplete request to be sent when we click it. We only want this incomplete request to be sent for items that are complete, right? So that's why this is a more specific selection. Um, adds an event listener to only completed items. Yeah, right. And then the last thing we do is we close our loop. Okay. Now let's get into the functions. Okay. So we have several functions here. And these functions mirror the functions that we called up here in our event listener, right? Because if we're calling a function, we need to have a function to call. Exactly. So just a quick quiz question. When I'm making my event listener, why wouldn't I do this? This is how we normally call a function, right? Why wouldn't I do this? Delete item, parenthesis, parenthesis. That's how we normally do functions. Why do I do it? Why do I have to do it like that? Yeah. Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. If I put it in here like this, it would execute immediately, regardless of whether the thing was clicked. Ask me how I know that. I think we've all probably made that mistake at one point or another. You're thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna put my function in here, and then figuring out why it keeps executing right away versus waiting for the click. Yeah, totally made that mistake. Yep. So we're just referencing it here, and it's a yeah, essentially it's like a callback, I think, right? Oh, you saw an example of that. Yeah. Yep. And so we're referencing it, and then yeah, because that's right. We did talk about that during the async await review, didn't we? Yeah. Yep. And so then it's referencing it, and then it actually, is going to execute it once it's ready to do so. Okay. So here we are. What are we doing on this line? We're declaring an asynchronous function, right? Watch me spell asynchronous. Asynchronous. There we go. Asynchronous function. Yeah. Hey, Lewis, welcome. So, and interestingly enough, Rascal has an interesting note there. Clicking deletes in the app does have both the delete item and mark complete functions called, just like we thought. Like that's what we thought, right? You can actually see both requests in the server terminal, and I think that's what Tame found as well. Same happens when you click a completed task. Both mark complete and mark incomplete are called. Oh, that's fantastic. Doesn't have to be good as long as it works, right? Oh, that's rad. That's why I wasn't able to mark some of those tasks incomplete. It was bugging out on me because it was trying to call both at once. Ha, vindicated. Yep. So thank you for that, Rascal, because I thought I was going crazy there earlier when I was trying to incomplete stuff and it wasn't working. Yeah, that's why. It's calling both functions and it might occur in the right order, it might not. Exactly. Okay, so I appreciate that from both you and Tame. All right. So we have an async function here. We're declaring an asynchronous function. Why might we want to declare an asynchronous function? What's that going to help us do? What's an async function going to help us do? Yeah, yeah, it's going to allow us to kind of change the flow of execution, right? It's going to within the function itself, we can force the function to wait on other tasks, but then we can have, um, yeah, we can wait for responses to arrive within the function itself while allowing other code to run outside. Yeah, exactly. That gives us more flexibility on when and how things run, right? Yeah. Okay. Um, so what are we doing here? This is interesting. Hmm. Let's remind ourselves of what we're selecting. So uh, delete button is calling delete item, and delete button is fa trash. Yeah. Yeah, so we're right. We're selecting some text, right? We're selecting some text, some inner text. What is inner text? We don't have to, freak out too much about this part, but what is inner text? Yeah, it's text inside of an element, right? Right? Text inside of an element. And when we're looking at child nodes, so we have a parent node and we have a child node, and we have a this. So this is kind of wild, but basically what it's doing is it's looking inside of the text that's inside of the list item. And when we say just forgetting about like the specifics of what parent node, child node, whatever, what is it when we say if we say like element one of an array of any kind, this is array notation, right? We've seen this before. If we say element one, what element is that? Item one in an array. If we're counting items in an array, what item in an array would that be? It's the second. Yeah, it's the second item in the array. Exactly. Yep. Yep. I think const item completed, selector all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that this probably is missing a space here. Yeah. Code error. I didn't write it. Oh, Rascal, that's a good point. So, watch out when trying to run this commented code as HTML comments appear in the child node's array. Oh, goodness. So the counts may have changed. So this might not work properly. Okay, well, we'll see, I guess. Um, okay. But yeah, so what this is doing is it's looking inside of the parent node, child node, and looking for the second element and getting the inner text. Okay. So physically, how that might look is parent node, child node, getting the inner text. So I'm assuming what that's doing is it is grabbing the inner text of the list item. Because in this case, I believe the parent node is going to be the list itself, then the list item. Oops, right? So let's look back at the, I'm just trying to parse this out. So inside of the span, this is not exactly how I would do this do this selection, but hey, you know. In between our, oh, okay, so that's, yeah, I think M is right there. So in between our empty nodes, for example, an opening or closing tag. Okay, so yeah, I think it, so the text itself is a node. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. It's the tags inside of the item. So in this case, it's counting those, right? And what Rascal was saying where the comments could affect it. So in this case, this is inside of the child, which is the list item. This is item 0. This is item 1. This is item 2. Am I right? So 0, 1, 2. I'm genuinely asking. The whole parent-child thing, I'm not super strong on. I don't generally use them doing selections. If we don't know, it's okay. It's a trap. Yeah, I wouldn't do it this way. But it's the way we're being asked to figure it out. So yeah. So I'm thinking 0, 1, 2. No, it's all good. Um, yeah, I'm thinking 0, 1, 2. And then the trash icon, I'm curious. So the trash icon, hmm. Yeah, I'm genuinely thinking about this. Yeah, I would definitely just do it with, yeah, I would just do it with classes or something, or, you know, I would target it in a different way versus trying to target it like just as parent-child relationship, whatever. But yeah. Um, okay, so looking at, so okay, looks inside of the, hold on, looks inside of the list item to extract the inner text, say these inner text, the text value only of the specified list item. Yeah, because what we've done here, right, is we have called delete item for a specific element inside our delete button query selector. So we've clicked on the trash can, right? We've clicked, essentially what this is doing is we've clicked on the trash can. Okay. And the parent node is the list item. So the parent node of our trash can, right, is the list item. And so in that child node, we have a span. And inside that span, we have an opening tag, which is element 0. We have the text, which is element 1. We have the closing tag, element 2. That's my take on this. Well, what does this refer to? So this is going to refer to like the container which the item is in. Oh, the text indent is 0. Okay. The space between nodes is 0. Okay. That you could be right there, Abidemi. You inspect the list item in the browser and then go to properties. You can see the array under child nodes. Okay, let's look at it. Good idea to use the inspect. All right, let's inspect. Boop, 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 doop. Okay, so make this bigger. Okay, so in the UL, right? 1 is the first span and 3 is the second span. Okay. Li is the parent node, span is the child node. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, interesting results. No worries, Chase Morgan. Yeah. Okay. I guess that's kind of what I was thinking, but so we click on the trash can, right? Looking at the parent and then the child. But yeah, it could be the indent is the first item. Well, Florence, it could be that the and also the way this is selecting it, the fact that it's not specific, the fact that we added comments might be screwing it up now. Just because of the way that the code is written. The comments may be messing with the nodes, the parent and child node specifics. So, oh, properties, okay. First child text, node list. Just curious. Child. So first child is the text. The indent is the first item. Okay, I'll take your word for it. It's all good. Okay, so indent is the first item. The span with the text in it is the second item. We're looking into the span. We're getting the inner text out of it, and we're assigning that to the variable. So that's what's happening. I'll summarize that up. All right. So looks inside. Okay, so here we go. Looks inside of the list item, and looks inside of the list item, and grabs only the inner text within the list span. Yeah. So, like I said, so the fact that we're commenting this out, that we actually added comments to these lines in here, the way that this code is written, it may be screwing it up. It may be breaking things now. So it's not maybe that you did anything wrong. It's the fact that we've added comments. It's actually reading those as nodes. So that's why I wouldn't necessarily write it this way, because it makes it really fragile. Yeah. So just FYI, you might break it just through the fact of commenting it out. Okay. All right. So I think that was a good little investigation there. So yeah, we looked inside of the list item. We grabbed the inner text within the list span. Oh yeah, and you can also replace the HTML comments with EJS specific comments. That's a good point there, Rascal. I didn't know there were EJS specific comments. That's kind of awesome, actually. So, and of course, EJS uses a completely different symbol than every other language. It uses a pound sign, so, or octothorpe. Okay. Anyway, we don't need no functional apps. Control slash. Okay. I'm not going to go back and fix all of mine. But if you would like to, you definitely can. And thank you for sharing thank you both for sharing the potential ways that you could comment this out properly and still have it function. That's good. Okay. All right. So what is this? What are we starting here? What is this next line doing? Yeah, we're declaring a try block. Okay. Oh yeah, no worries, Deb. I don't mind you saying, yeah, I don't mind you saying something. Um, and I think that, um, that's probably something I'll go back and do later. Absolutely. Yeah. No, I didn't mean that to come off as like, don't say that kind of thing. I just like, I'm not gonna do it on stream here, but you're welcome to. Yeah, it's definitely quicker. So you like highlight the whole thing and then control slash. Yeah, that's faster than manual, definitely. Always love a good keyboard shortcut. Okay, we're starting a try block, and that try block then is going to allow us to execute some code. Um, and so I'm gonna skip down just a little bit. Um, so what do we want to, when we start a try block, what do we generally pair with that try block? What's the second part of that? Catch block. Yeah, exactly. So what does the catch block do for us? So what do we do in the try, and then what do we do in the catch? The try does what, and then the catch does what? Yeah. So the try block does something, allows us to run something or other. And then if an error is thrown, yeah, the try does something, right? It does something. And then if an error is thrown, the catch block can then handle that error and do something else, right? And respond with that error or console log it or whatever you want to do, right? So we start a try block to do something. Okay. So what are we doing? And also too, we're about time for a break. Let's get through this function because the other functions are going to be similar. So we'll get through this function and then we'll take a break, and then the other functions should go quicker. Um, all right. So what are we doing on the next line here? Const response equals await fetch. Await fetch delete item. We're creating a variable, yeah. Creates a variable, and we are, what do we do? What is the fetch doing? What is specific? Okay, let's wind it back a little bit. What is fetch doing for us? In general, what is fetch doing for us? What is fetch doing in general? Yeah, like Driftwood said, like Tame Mister said, we're getting data from somewhere, right? Fetch gets data that waits on a fetch to get data. Yeah, exactly. We're retrieving data. We're asking for, yeah, we're creating a, I'm going to say this, we're creating a response variable that waits on a fetch, yep, to get data from, um, from a, essentially from a deletion, right? From a delete, I don't know, I'm trying to think about how to say this, from the result of delete item. It could be an error. I mean, it could be an error, right? We could get an error back from delete item. Yeah. We're retrieving some sort of data from the result of this, from the delete, yeah, from the delete item route. Yeah. From the result of the delete item route, right? Okay. We're awaiting on that result. And the method here, again, what is a, we're, so, and we are, we're also starting an object here, right? We can see there's an opening bracket. So we're starting an object and we're declaring a method of delete. So what is that telling our server to do? Yeah, we're setting the CRUD method we're using for the route. Exactly. Yeah, delete. Delete, however you want to say it. Exactly. Yep. That's the CRUD method for the route. Okay. And yeet that task. And what are we doing on the next line? Headers, content type, application, JSON. In a general sense, what are we doing here? Over and over there. Content type. Yeah, so we're basically saying, yeah, we're saying what we are expecting, right? We're saying we're specifying the type of content expected, which is JSON, right? Because there could be other types of content as well, right? Maybe text or something. But in this case, we're saying, look, this is JSON. We're going to be dealing with JSON here. No worries, Narcissus. Okay. Now here, this is the interesting part. Body JSON.stringify, and then kind of paired with the content, item from JS, item text. Ooh. Okay, so there's a few things going on here. So first off, what is the body? When we say body, what do we mean? Yeah, we're making something a string, right? What is it? What is the body? What's the body? Turn the body of yep, it's yeah, it's the message, right? Actually, yeah. So the body is the message we're actually getting. Yeah. Yeah, declare the message content. Declare the message content, and yeah, it's the actual info of that's being passed, right? Yeah. So being the body property. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And remember, yeah, so yeah, body content of the message being passed, and stringify that content, right? Turning it into a string. Okay. Okay. So we're putting this together as an object. And in here, we are setting an additional item here called item from JS, and we're placing that inside of the body. This is going to be passed inside the body, and we're saying item from JS. Item from JS is item text. Okay. Item from JS is item text. So what is item text? Well, item text is the inner text of our list item. So we're passing up the inner text of our list item, right? And we're calling it item from JS. So give you a little freebie there, but so we're setting the content of the body. We're setting the content of the body and setting the content of the body as a we're setting the content of the body to the inner text of the list item and naming it item from JS. Okay. So if someone put in numbers, it won't calculate numbers because it's a string now. Well, so as it's being after it's being passed, yeah, I mean it would turn if you send in like an equation or something. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it would get it gets converted to text as it gets transmitted up or down, right? Yeah, you'd have to convert it back later if you wanted to do a calculation on it. Yep. Yeah. So here, what and then we're closing the body, and the next thing we're doing is we are closing the. Next thing we're doing is we are closing our object essentially. Yeah. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're awaiting a fetch against the delete item route, passing up some data, and then and then we're awaiting response.json. So const data equals await response.json. So what's happening here? Await response.json. What are we doing here? Yeah, we're waiting to get some we're waiting to get some JSON back, right? Yeah. Sorry. My dog just like groaned really loudly on the floor. Yeah. We're waiting for the server to respond with some JSON. Yeah. Yeah, that's maybe a better way to put it there, Quinsob. So what we're doing is we waited for the response, right? Yeah, we waited for the response. Now we are uh, we're reading it. Yeah, so we're waiting on I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. So we waited for the response. Now we need to read it and wait for JSON. Yeah, so waiting on JSON from the response. Yeah. Yeah, we're converting it. We're waiting on that's conversion. That's the word I was trying to think of, Dandy. Thank you for that. Yeah. So line 20 waits for the response. Yeah. Line 27 awaits the response being parsed. And so the conversion, that's it. Yep. I don't know why I can think of the word conversion. Gosh dang. Yep. To be converted. Yeah. Good one. Okay. Waiting from the response and waiting from on the JSON from the response to be converted. And then next one, this is an easy one. Log the data to the console. And then what is this doing? Location.reload. What's happening there? Yeah. Why do we want to do that? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Now, yeah, on page reload, yep, on page reload, we want to display the updated list. Exactly. Okay, so what are we doing on the next line here? We had our try block and we finished the try block, right? What is this specific, what is this line doing specifically? Error handling, yeah. And what are we passing in here? Basic error catch. Yeah, exactly. So when we say catch, what are we doing? But what are we doing when we say catch? Yeah, error object. What are we? So we're taking, if we're saying basically if an error occurs, pass the error into the catch block, right? That's what we're actually doing. If an error occurs, grab it, pass it in. Okay. And then the next one here is essentially just log the error to the console. Yeah. All right. And then we're going to close the catch block. And then end the function. All right. Okay. So that was a lot, but we'll see how this delete item function pairs with our server. Who catches the errors in the catch block? We'll see how this delete pairs with what's in our server side when we get there. Catching feelings from the kitties. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. They live in my bedroom, and so sometimes my nights are a little hectic if they decide to be nocturnal. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we'll see how this behaves in tandem with what's on the server side when we get there. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and save this, and then we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna move through the other functions a little bit faster, I think, because they look very similar. We can already see that they look very similar, um, and kind of behave in somewhat of a similar way. But we'll see that when we get there. Okay. Oh, we got a poll. All right. Let's take a break. I will set up the poll, and then Chris can get some votes on their poll. All right, break time. 5 minutes. I will see you all back here shortly. All right, we are back, folks. Okay, so yes, please do vote in the poll. You can click it, it's at the top of your chat window. Just click on it and choose the option that you prefer. So it should be running for the next few minutes. You can vote at any point. All right, here we go. Let's get back to it. So we went through the delete function first. Now we can look at the mark complete function and see that it is fairly similar. So again, we're declaring an asynchronous function called mark complete, okay? And once again, we are selecting, we're selecting something called item text, and we're reaching into the span. So we're going into a list item, reaching into the span, and getting the inner text of that particular list item. Okay. So pretty much same thing happening there. And we're starting a try block. Whoops, sorry. Ooh, goodness. We are starting a try block to do something. Now the next thing we're doing is we are declaring a response and awaiting a fetch, but this time our fetch is on a different route, right? This route is called mark complete, and we'll see that that's doing something different on the server side. So mark complete, and this time what we're doing is we're sending up a put method. So what is put doing? When we say put, what do we mean by put? Yeah. Yeah, put in terms of CRUD speak. Yeah, put means update. Exactly. Yes. Put means update. And so in this case, we are again, we're setting the CRUD method to update for the route. Yeah. And we're also saying, hey, this is going to be JSON. Oops. Again. And once again, we're setting a body object and we are stringifying it. So I am copying and pasting here just because I don't want to type everything out again because it's going to be essentially the same for this small part here. And again, we're setting the content of the body that we're passing up to the server, saying, you know, oh, got another hydrate here. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of patching. Yeah, we're patching a difference of some kind, right? Okay. And we're setting the item text. So we're setting the content of the body to the item text. Okay. And naming it item from JS. And then we're closing the body and we're closing the object. So really the only two differences here in this fetch here, the only two differences are the different route and the different method, right? Different route, different method. And so this is where the route kind of comes into play a little bit because we can, you know, send it somewhere else. We can basically send it somewhere else on the server just by specifying a particular route, which I think is kind of neat. And so the route can allow us to direct it to different locations on the server side, just depending on what we specify. Okay, so we close the body, we close the object. And once again, we're going to wait on some JSON from the response. Response.json. We're going to console log that data. and then we're going to reload the page. Now, when we reload the page, so essentially what we're doing is we're saying we're sending something up to the server, getting response back, console logging that. So at this point, we don't really know what the response is going to be, but if we look at the console, we can kind of get a clue on what that response might be. I closed my terminal. I closed it. I think it's probably yeah, I've lost the terminal. Wait, maybe. Nope, here we go. Okay, so here we can see examples of what some of those responses might be. So we're console logging that data, right? Each time we do something. And so we can see to do added, marked complete, to do deleted. So depending on what route we went to, right? It could be something different that we get back as a response. So await response.json. In this case, like in the case of our mark complete, we would expect to probably see mark complete, right? So that's where that console log comes into play. Okay, so we reload the location, and then we catch our errors. If an error occurs, we pass it to the catch block. And if we get an error, we log that error to the console. We close the catch block, and then we end the function. Ooh, so it looks like Interstellar Drift won our poll. That's a pretty good name. I like it. What was the other choice? I don't even remember the other choice. Oh yeah, Interstellar Drift is way better, in my opinion. Yeah, Interstellar Drift is a great name. I like it a lot. Okay. So essentially the only difference between these two functions at the moment anyway is the route where we're sending it to the server and the method that we are specifying here. Okay. And I expect we'll see something fairly similar in the mark uncomplete function as well. Hey, no worries, ping pong. Catch the VOD, and I will see you again soon, I'm sure. Okay, so we're declaring an asynchronous function here. And once again, we're selecting our item text. We're starting a try block. And we're creating a response variable. We're waiting on a fetch. And we have this mark. We're sending some data up to the mark uncomplete route. Oh, your ping pong's wife. Oh, that's so cute. I love that you guys are watching this together. Gotta go eat and sleep. We're gonna, yeah, watch the rest in the morning, definitely. Take care of yourself, right? Yeah, Tame, I don't disagree with you. There's a lot of repetition here, right? There's a lot of repetition. And one of the tenets of, I would say one of the tenets of good programming is reducing repetition for repetition's sake, and condensing things down if you can. Um, and just flip what completed is equal to in the database. Yeah, and so yeah, I mean, there's different ways you could do this, right? I think that in this case, Leon is just trying to show how you can make very small changes to hit different parts of the server at different times. And because I think, yeah, I think combining it is probably the way to refine this, the best way to refine it. But for covering the basics, this is, just kind of reiterating stuff and showing what's happening. Yeah, they are for different click events, right? But I think there's probably ways you could there's probably still ways you could streamline it. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. They are for different click events. Maybe there'll be a future assignment to refine this a little bit. But yeah, they are happening on different types of click. That's fair. Okay, so here we're sending a fetch up to the mark uncomplete route with a put method. So what's interesting here is that in both the mark complete and the mark incomplete, like y'all were saying, there is it's the same method, right? It's just it's two different routes, sure, but it's the same method. It's the same content and it's the same body, right? Exactly the same. So in this case, the only difference is the route. Now, what you might be wondering is, okay, that's all well and good, right? But complete and incomplete are supposed to do different things, right? So if we cast our brain back to the distant past of a few hours ago, when we looked at what complete and incomplete actually do, so mark complete. Let's think about what it does for a second. It does a few things. It when we mark something as complete, it puts a line through it, right? It turns it gray, and it makes the counter go down by 1. Um, and also another thing that's happened, so when we mark incomplete, it takes all that formatting off, and it makes the counter go up by 1, right? So why don't we see it? That sounds like JavaScripty type stuff, right? Why don't we see any of that here? Why are these functions so why are these functions so bland? Where is that happening? So let's think about a couple things first. So when we mark something as complete, where does it get actually? So where is all that stuff happening that relates to it being marked complete? Perfect 50-50 balance of code to comments is kind of neat. Just something that so it's okay. We don't have to have the answer. We don't have to have the perfect answer right now. Um, but since none of that seems to be happening in our main.js file, where is it happening? Right? Where is it happening? Server. Yeah. So if we think about it from a database perspective, then things getting marked complete or not complete is certainly happening someplace on the server side, right? We would think so. What about the actual, what about the formatting? When I click on something, it marks it as complete and it gets crossed out and turned gray. How does that happen? The crossing out and the turning gray. How does it know what to cross out and turn gray? That's not happening in server.js, right? Yeah. It's a combination. It's a combination of our CSS styling that's actually turning it gray and crossing it out. But how does it know what to style? Well, that was a class that was assigned to it inside the EJS, right? Remember, we have a for inside of our EJS. We have some JavaScript that's doing a for loop and says, hey, if an item is completed, if that property is true, then give it a class of completed, right? And then in our CSS, we said, oh, if something is completed, make it gray and put a line through it, right? So it's important as we start adding EJS and things into our code, it's important to remember where things are actually happening. Yeah, it's a class with some, yeah. So, but that class was assigned via JavaScript inside of our EJS, right? We're really used to we're used to things happening inside of our main.js file, right? In the past, that's where we've always done the mechanics. But in this case, our main.js file is pretty much just a launch pad for requests to the server. All we really did here was we added some event listeners in certain places, We added event listeners in certain places, and then we packaged up requests and we sent them up to our server. That's really, and then we waited for a response. That's really all we did, right? In our main.js. So our main.js is it's like a launch pad for a rocket. The launch pad itself really isn't doing much. Ah, DevD, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? Does EJS violate the separation of concerns? Well, I'm gonna let chat answer that question. Does EJS violate does the JavaScript that we are putting inside of our EJS, does that violate the separation of concerns? That's a great question, by the way. No, it does not. And yes, why? Why does it not violate the separation of concerns? Yeah. Because EJS, embedded JavaScript, it's literally JavaScript. And the end result is that it renders HTML for us. Yeah, so it's important to think about what it's actually doing here. It's 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 doing some calculations or doing some work here. It's doing all this work, and then at the end, it spits out HTML into the DOM. So this is not HTML in this file. This is not HTML. This is EJS, which is something completely different. It looks like HTML, but it's JavaScript wearing a mustache and a pair of sunglasses. And what it does is it does some work, and then the end result is HTML that's rendered to the DOM. So no, it does not violate the separation of concerns. It's its own language, exactly. And the end result of that language is HTML. Right. That's an excellent question, though, and I think it's worth, you know, it's worth covering, right? Yeah. And so our because of that additional functionality, our main.js file is really at this point, it's just kind of all it's really doing is it's just saying, all right, I'm going to slap some event listeners on here. And when an event happens, it's going to just like punt it straight up to the server, right? An event happens. All right, I'm sending it up to the server. Bye. It's, there's not much that's actually like being calculated here. It's really, this is just kind of a launch pad for other stuff to happen on the server side. Yeah. It sends some stuff up and it awaits a response. And then it console logs it. Yeah. So it's important to also remember big picture, what's actually happening in this file. What's actually happening in this document is really just assigning a bunch of event listeners in the proper place and then sending stuff up and down from the server. It's sending stuff up to the server and then waiting to hear back from the server. Yeah. Okay. Now, last question. Pop quiz. So what do we have here? We have functions that delete items. We have functions that mark items as complete. And we have functions that mark item as incomplete. Okay, that takes care of all the things that are in the list, and I click on them. I click on the trash can. I click on the item. It marks it. It puts a line through it. I click on it again, and it takes the line away. What about? But there's a whole other part to the page, right? There's a whole other part to our page. So all the functions that we just discussed, they cover like this part, right? Part where my mouse is. But what about this? Why don't I have anything in my main.js related to this whole section here? To the form. Why don't I have anything related to the form, to this input box, to this button? Why not? Hmm. Yeah. Right. We talked about this a little bit earlier, right? Forms, just by their nature, have built-in functionality that allows you, yeah, the form can handle routes built in. It can handle certain requests, not all requests, but certain requests it can handle with just using built-in functionality. So it sends that up to the server automatically, right? It knows what a post request is. It packages up all the content of the form and it just punts it right up to the server without you having to do anything else. Yeah, the form can handle routes. It's not even EJS related. That's HTML, baby. That's built into an HTML form. Forms are cool. Yes. So all that work that these functions have to do, all the fetch stuff and all that, that's built into forms to a certain degree. For certain types of requests, forms can just do it. Yeah. Yeah, forms are really cool. So that's something to keep in mind when you're building your own apps. Figure out what kind of things forms can handle, and you can make use of forms to, take some of the work off of you. But they can't update. Yep, that's it. Yep. And we did touch on that a little bit earlier. DevQuest is that, yeah, there's some things that forms can't do, right? They can't do put requests. They can't update. Um, but they can post. I believe they can post and delete. Um, I believe they can do those two things. Maybe I'm wrong. Um, they can definitely post. And for most of the times, that's what you're going to want to do with a form, right? With a form, most of the time, you're going to want to post. You're going to have somebody submitting data, and then you want to send that data somewhere and store it. So that's probably the most common use of a form. Oh, yeah. And Safety Vest there has shared the actual document, which can maybe explore a little bit more about what forms can and can't do. Yep. Say we have a site built in HTML, but on one page there is a small section for the to do. Well, that one page would need to be in EJS then. Yeah. So and Rascal brings up so JSON, you can have a bunch of HTML pages and then one EJS page. That's totally valid. Um, Rascal mentions if you don't care about the method names or invest in overrides, you can use forms to do almost everything. And that's true. We did that on one of my past streams here just recently. I think it was it the to do? It was the to do app. We on my one of my streams we made a to do app, and I deliberately tried to do it without any main.js file. I didn't want to have a main.js file. I just wanted a server.js, and I did everything in forms. So no, it doesn't matter what type of request. We're doing it in a form, baby. Yeah. So you can totally do that. You can fudge it. Yeah, you can fudge your CRUD types that way. Not necessarily best practice, but fun practice. All right. So yeah, so the main.js again is just a launch pad for sending requests up to the server and then listening for the result. I have like 5 to do app folders now. I don't know which is which. Yeah. Okay. So that's the main.js file. So we've done everything in the public folder. And we're not going to worry about the node modules folder because that's like a million rows long and we don't need to look in there. So we've done public. And we've done our index.ejs. And now let's just remind ourselves. Oh, I think I didn't save something in here. Oh, no, I did. Okay, never mind. So let's just remind ourselves of what is it? So what do we keep in our .env file? What's the purpose of a .env file? What sort of things would we want to put in .env? Hide your stuff. Yeah. Yeah, like DevQuest says private information, private info, things that we want to hide. And again, I'm displaying this just, I know I'm displaying it. But in this case, in this folder, I am hiding my database connection string, right? But you could also put other stuff in here. You could put like your port value, the port you're connecting to, and you could put other stuff because you can reference it. You can reference it from your server.js. Yeah, Social Security. Yeah. Okay. So that's the purpose of the .env folder or file. Now, inside of gitignore, what is the purpose of gitignore? Oh, that's a great question, D5. Is .env placed on the app's root level? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's placed on at the root inside of whatever, you have your folder that has everything in it. It's just at the root of that folder. Yep, .env is right there. And yeah, so gitignore, exactly. Gitignore is the stuff you don't want to push up to GitHub, right? So in this case, we don't want to push node modules because it's huge. You don't even have to look in there, but it's massive. So we don't want to push that. I mean, we could, but it's just gigantic. And .env, right? Because we want to hide our stuff. It's hide your stuff folder. Perfect. So yeah, that's what gitignore is for. And so when we upload, so we can see, I don't know how well you can see this, but node modules and .env are kind of grayed out in my VS Code here, just because it's indicating that those things aren't going to get pushed on my next commit. So that's how, if you don't remember what you have in your gitignore folder, you can see what's kind of grayed out in your file list here, and VS Code indicates that for you. Yeah. There is no version. So actually I mean, there is. I've already done a commit a little bit earlier. I just haven't committed in a while. But yeah, we can, I could commit now actually. Um, I keep opening new terminals. I don't need to do that. All right. Probably should commit. So I'm just going to commit locally here. Git add, git commit, m, added a bunch of comments. Boop. And boop. There we go. All right, git push. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean, Basti. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. So for files in gitignore, there is no version control. Absolutely. Yeah, those don't get pushed. Right. Well, so Jason, the goal here in the end is that Leon was going to want us to turn in all of these comments. He's going to want us to submit this. So the end goal here is that we submit this code as a pull request back to him in GitHub with our comments. So that's the assignment. Yeah. Fork and pull request, indeed. Yep. Yeah, yeah, and I'm aware of that. I just was saying, I'm just filling you in on so the assignment then is just in our case is that we're supposed to pull it down and then so fork it, clone it, make changes, put our comments on there or whatever, and then push it back up. So you can push it if you want, but that's optional. But we can still upload. So okay, hang on. Let me see. How do you get that taskbar thing at the top of VS Code? It's always been there for me. As soon as I open files, are you talking about like this? As soon as I start opening multiple files, it just gives me tabs. But we can still upload since we did it. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. This is what you're doing here right now with me. This is valid. This is group work. We're like, I'm not just doing this for you and like saying like, and here's what this is, and here's what this is, right? I'm asking you questions pretty much constantly, and y'all are giving me the answers. So, yeah, this is group work, my friends. Yeah, we're gonna look at the back end. We're almost there. That's what we're gonna do last here. Oh, the dog is leaving the room. All right. Um, okay. So we did our get ignore. Um, I'm not gonna worry too much. I'm not gonna worry about package lock. That there's a ton of stuff that's happening in there. But let's real quick just touch back on the yeah. So get init initiates a repo. But if you clone this code down, if you went to Leon's repo and you used the fork, you said fork, and then you open and you cloned it in VS Code, it should already be hooked to your remote repo. So you shouldn't have to initialize another repo. If you forked it and then cloned it directly into VS Code, it should already have an existing repo like connection to the repo. However, you may have done it differently. I don't know how you did it, but yeah, so you don't necessarily have to do git init. Um, what if you're just lurking? Is it a group lurk project? Well, it's up to you. If you feel like you're learning and you're contributing, maybe not speaking, but still able to mentally learn from this, then I would say it's valid. That's up to you in the end. Imagine someone commenting package lock. Yeah, we're not doing that. And we're just gonna we're just gonna talk about for now at least, we're just gonna talk about what's in the package.json file. So I just want to kind of talk real quick about the dependencies. So the dependencies are essentially just like the packages that we installed, right? We did this at the very start. And these are the packages that we are using in our server.js file, right? Mostly clowning here as usual, but lurking too. Yeah. Okay. So, and these dependencies are basically going to help us make our app function, right? Um, so the dependencies are listed here. And it's important to remember that if at any point we don't remember what dependencies we have installed, we can just open our package.json file and look at the list, right? And also here, we also don't want to forget about our script section. So inside of our script section, we could declare something different here under our start script. For example, for what reason might I potentially change my start script or add a script here? Why would we potentially want to modify the script section in package.json? Hey, Ellen, welcome. Yeah, NodeMon. We're not going to do it here because again, we're just focusing on commenting things. We're not focusing on installing new things. But hey, Ellen. um, yeah, exactly. So we might use NodeMon. So we might use NodeMon so we don't have to restart our server after every change. And we could modify, if we wanted to, we could either modify the start script or add an additional script that would allow us to just run NodeMon, really quickly from the terminal. So that might be a reason that we would modify the package.json file, right? Yeah. Okay. So I just kind of want to touch on that in this file. I would say I don't think we necessarily have to go through and like comment every line in this file, but I think it's important to touch on why that's important. So we don't have to run node server.js 17 times. Only 17. Those are rookie numbers, man. Do a quick stretch. That was a good idea. Thank you for the stretch. Good luck adding comments to a JSON file. Yeah, I wasn't even sure how to do that, Rascal. Is that even possible? Does JSON even have a comment? Like, is that even a thing that you can do? We're gonna get there. That's yeah, we're gonna hit that next. We're gonna do server.js, don't worry. There's a readme style file, but that's really just telling you what to do. npm install, add your db string to the .env file. Both of those we already did, right? All right, so the last thing we're going to do tonight is we are going to comment out the big one, our server.js file. And we're going to talk a little bit about how server.js interfaces with the other elements that we've already talked about, right? Of course, Rascal found a way to do comments in a JSON file. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why JSON. You think that they would have some way to allow content, like real comments in JSON, but I guess not. Yeah. All right. Hey, no worries, Jason. Jason Bourne, thanks for coming. No, 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 we're still going, Ellen. We're still going, Ellen. Don't you worry. We're not done yet. We got work to do. Okay. So, before we do that, we're gonna take a break. Okay. I think this is a good break time. Um, we're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we're gonna slam through the server.js file. We're gonna talk about how everything fits together one more time, and then we're gonna be done. Cool beans. I don't think this is going to be a record. I've only been going for 4 hours and 13 minutes, so I don't think we're not gonna hit the 6 hour mark tonight, but it's gonna be close. 4 hours and 16 minutes, yo. All right, it is time for a break. I think we all need one. I certainly do. 5 minutes, and I'll see you all back here. Okay. Okay. And I want to show you a picture too of the one kitten that still needs a name. So that way you can decide whether that's something you want to spend your channel points on. So, all right, see you back here in a minute. All right, folks, come on back, come on back. Got about 30 seconds left. And I have a picture of a little kitty that needs a home here in about 10 seconds, or needs a name, sorry. Well, she needs a home too. She's just a foster kitty. But yeah, here it comes. All right. Oops. Thought I hit, okay, there we go. Pause the timer. Okay. Um, Here is this little kitty. Still needs a name. So if you want to spend your channel points, you can spend those channel points to name this little nugget. And like I said earlier, I tried to pick her up and bring her on camera, but she just wasn't having it. So that's totally fine. That's, I try to respect what the kittens are willing and not willing to do. And so you'll have to settle for some pictures of her. So she's female. Yep. That's a good one there. Looks like she's about to eat the camera. There we go. That's a good one right there. Yeah. So yes, she needs a name. She's got those big round eyes. She loves to play. She's obsessed with playing. Just jumps and runs around like crazy. So yeah, super spunky. And yeah, she needs a name. So feel free to spend your channel points on that. That is something that you would like to do. Okay. So just putting that out there, something you can do. All right, let's keep going. We're almost done. New kitty for the game Stray. Yeah. Keep your horns on. That's a great name. Yeah, so if you didn't know, I foster kittens for the Humane Society, and I've fostered so many kittens at this point that I am out of names. I have no more names in my brain. There are no more. I've fostered kittens for years. A lot of times they come in big litters, and I'm out of names. So I'm just letting Twitch name my kittens at this point. It's all, I'm just like, yeah, whatever, just name my kittens. And so you can claim channel points in order to do that. Okay. All right. Kitty McKitty. You can come up with names all you want, but you got to spend the points to lock it in. Yep. Name a foster cat Barbara Oakley. That would be a fantastic name. Save up those points. Oh! Bells of Abba. Bells of Abba just claimed it. Okay. All right. So it looks like little Miss Kitty's name is going to be Lola. That's a good name. I like that name. So this is going to be Lola. So this means that all 4 foster kittens in the current litter have been named. They all have names now. So if you do want to name a foster kitten, you absolutely can. You can still claim it at any point. It will just be applied to the next litter that I get. So the next batch of foster kittens that I get, your name will be applied, or you're welcome to wait until I get them and you can see them and decide then. So yay, Lola! That's such a good name. I like that. So in this litter, we've got Lola, Delete, Nyx, and Xenos the World Destroyer. So that's a great group of kiddos right there. Got some good names out there. I'm excited for the next litter. Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, that's a great choice. All right. Okay, let's take a look at our server.js file. So now we're kind of tying it all together, right? We've seen what renders in the browser. We've seen how it's styled. We've seen how requests are passed from the from the DOM, right? From user inputs up to the server. Now we get to see what happens to those requests once they hit the server. What we've specified these certain routes, we specified the methods, all these sorts of things. And so now we get to see, okay, once we hit those specific routes, what happens and what happens to the data. Hey, no worries. Thanks for tuning in. Keep your horns on. And yeah, feel free to catch the VOD. That's why they're there. And the VODs are available for 60 days on Twitch. And then they definitely, get stored on YouTube indefinitely after that. So anybody here that wants to tune in to my YouTube channel, it's just !YouTube in chat for a direct link. And you will have links to all my past videos. All right. Okay, so let's take a look at our server.js file and see what's happening here. So what are we doing in the first line? Yeah. Yeah, so essentially what we're doing is we are making it to use express methods or, other things, to make it possible to use express in this file, right? We're just saying, hey, look, express is now available. We can use everything associated with express, right? And what are we doing here? This is the interesting part. So require express, and then why are we doing this? Const app equals express. Yeah, that's another good thing. That's another good point, Quinn. Express, if you didn't know, Express was one of the packages that we installed, right? It was one of those dependencies that was listed in our package.json file. And so when we require it here, we're able to unpack it and use everything associated with it. Yeah, exactly, Lalo. We're basically saying, look, this call to express, we're saving it to a variable called app. Right. We're using it, yeah, we're saving it in a particular instance of express as a variable called app. Yeah. Assigning it to the, yeah, I guess instance of express. I don't know if that's the best way to say it, but I guess it's the gist. Okay, so from there on, what we can do is we can essentially just say, like, use the word app, use the keyword app, the variable app, and then basically use that to help us set up these express methods later on, right? Okay, so what are we doing here? What is we're setting a variable, right, called Mongo client. And what is this setting up for us? What are we doing here? Are we, yeah, yeah. So what is Mongo, so let's step back a little bit. What does Mongo client help us do? Just in general, what is Mongo client going to help us do? Yeah, it's going to help us, connect to our database. Oh, thanks for coming, Dev Driftwood. Thank you for all your input tonight, Driftwood. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's that the reason why I'm asking is I think it's important to make the distinction between Mongo client, what we're using right here, and MongoDB as a whole, right? So MongoDB is that's the database, the location in which we're storing our data, right? It's a cluster. It contains a cluster with a bunch of databases, and that's where we're dropping our data. Mongo client is what's kind of allowing us to talk to MongoDB, right? We can speak to it in a way that MongoDB understands and perform operations that way using some methods that are associated with Mongo client, right? Yeah. So I think it's important to understand the difference between MongoDB and Mongo client. Okay. So, um, oh yeah, that's a good point. So Mongo client is capitalized because it's actually a class. And I'm not gonna lie and say I fully understand why this is the way it is. But yeah, I do remember looking that up at one point and being like, Mongo client is a class. So yeah. But basically what this it's setting up Mongo client so that we can use some methods associated with it to talk to MongoDB via Mongo client. Yeah. Okay, and what are we doing here? We're obviously setting a variable. And what is this? What is this setting up for us? Yeah, Rebecca, we're still going, my friends. Setting up the port, and it's setting it to 2121. But what is the what is port? Yeah, we're setting a constant. Yeah. What does port even do? Why does this number matter? Port we will use. Yeah, it's basically it's setting the location. It's setting the location where we're listening. Yeah. And I believe it's in all caps because it's like a global value, is that right? I think it's because it's just the standard for global constants, I believe, is to have them be in all caps. It's not necessary, but it's not like with most things in JavaScript, it's like, you know, it's just one of those things that you do. It's a suggestion. Yeah, setting a variable to determine the location where we will be uh, listening, where our server will be listening. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and Russell has a good point. There's a bunch of different ways that you can actually connect via MongoDB, via the class, constructing the class, calling static connect method, bypassing the class. Yeah, it seems like there's a ton of and that doesn't even take into account using stuff like Mongoose or using completely different methods to connect to MongoDB. So yeah, there's a bunch of different ways. Yep. Oh, sorry. Yeah, setting a yep, good, yep. Good catch there. I said constant and then I wrote variable. So we should say setting a constant in these. Setting a, there we go. That's a little clearer. All right, setting a constant, setting a constant. Yeah. All right. What are we doing here? What is .env doing for us? I should maybe say define. We're not determining anything here. We're just saying this is where it's going to be. Yeah. Yeah. So it lets us, what this is doing is it's basically saying it's saying like, hey, we're gonna be yeah we're it's gonna allow us to keep our stuff to access what we've already put what we've already put into our .env file, right? It's going to say, hey, allows us to look for variables, or look for or access variables inside of the .env file. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, so there's no secret here as to why, why dot dot is spelled. That's just what it's called. That's just its name. There's no crazy thing happening there. It's literally called DOTENV. I remember it took me a long time to like figure out what this was even called. Like I was calling like dot end, and I was like, oh, wait, no, it's literally .env. Yeah, so there's no secret here. It's literally just named .env. Yeah, nothing crazy. It's not because we stringified anything. That's literally its name. Okay. Yeah, and it is a package that we installed. So if we look back at our package.json file, you would see it in there as a dependency. So yeah, it's something like you would do npm install .dotenv. That would be something you would install. Yep. Okay. Now what's happening here? What are we doing here? So first line, what's happening here? Yeah, had to resort to calling the dot a period when talking about the two in the same sentence. Yeah, exactly. What's happening just on this first line? What's that doing? Hey, Aderon, welcome. Yeah, all we're doing is declaring a variable. We're just declaring it, right? We're not assigning any value. Yeah. Now, yeah, we're doing some express. Exactly, Aderon. Yeah. Yep, we're declaring, but here, so I just want to focus on the first line here real quick before we go on to the other ones. I know we're declaring a few variables here. Um, why would we declare this variable out here? Why would we declare the variable here versus inside? Obviously, we're going to use it later. So why would we declare it now? Why am I declaring it at this point in the code? Oh, thanks, Aderon. Yeah, we were just way back in the day, right? Just a few months ago, we were just doing some little JS exercises. Now we're doing full stack. It's wild, isn't it? We've come so far, haven't we? Thank you, Aderon. I really appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes it's good to think about how far we've come. Yeah, it's global, right? We're declaring it globally so we can use it in multiple places. Yeah. Well, I still am a SQL dev during the day, Aderon. Yeah. But by night, I transform into whatever I am, full stack person. I don't know. Yeah. It's a nice switcheroony. Keeps things fresh. Yep. Okay. So yeah, so we declare DB as a global variable, and so that way we can use it in multiple places. Where stack dev. Yes. All right. What is happening on this line? What are we doing here? So we're declaring a variable again, right? We're declaring another variable. So sure, declaring a variable. But what is this doing? What is being assigned here? What's being assigned on this line? Mern, mean, or other stack? Well, it's technically Mern stack. We haven't learned React yet, So it's like men stack right now. But yeah, it's going to be MERN. Mean stack currently. Yeah, I guess it is mean stack because we have EJS. Yeah. Exactly. We are we're grabbing so we're doing here, we're saying DB connection string is equal to process.env, look in the env file and find the variable named DB string and our database connection string to it. Right? That's all we're doing. Yeah. We're grabbing the value from the env file and pulling it out, assigning it to our DB string variable. Cool. Okay. Go to the secret stash, indeed. Hey, welcome. I'm in Consoler. Hello. How's it going? Okay. What's the next thing we're doing here? We're setting a variable. Okay, sure. We're declaring a variable, right? Declaring a variable. But what do we think? What do we think we're trying to do here? Yeah, we're setting the name of our database, right? We're saying, here's the name of the database that I want to access. Right. And real quick, what is the hey intelligence, welcome. Initialize it to the Spanish word for all. It's exactly todo. Yeah. So in the just real quick review, in the world of MongoDB, what's the hierarchy, right? So I have a cluster in MongoDB. And what do I put inside of my cluster? I have one cluster. What do I put inside of there? What's the next level down? We have cluster and then what? A bunch of databases. Yeah. Yep. One or many databases, right? Okay. And then what are what is the next level down inside of a database? Yeah. Collections, right? And then what are the individual items called inside of that collection? Yeah, documents, right. So it's important to keep that in mind as now we're connecting to our database and we're actually starting to do things with it. So, all right. So here, all we've done is set the database. So if I look at Mongo, let's just look at MongoDB real quick. So I'm inside of my cluster right now, and I have a database called to do. However, we haven't said anything about the collection or any specific documents yet, right? So there's some drilling down that we still need to do inside of the data, inside of our overall cluster in order to figure out exactly what data we want to access. So we've drilled down to the database, but we still don't know. There could be 70 collections in there. We don't know yet. So I'm in Consoler. That's not something I'm going to do for you right now, but you can send me a message if you want me to take a look at something. So feel free to send me a whisper here on Twitch. But yeah, I won't rate your code right now. But yeah, send me a message and we can take a look. Yeah, we're commenting code tonight. That's what we're doing. We're commenting code and practicing CRUD. I don't know. I haven't dabbled around TypeScript. I'll get there. We had a fairly large break in class, so we haven't really, we're catching up. Yeah, soon, indeed. Um, okay, so we have our DB name. Now, what is this? What are we doing here? What is? I mean, on the surface it looks self-explanatory, but let's take a look at what's actually happening. So what are we doing here on this line? Yeah, right. We are um, creating a connection to MongoDB and passing in our connection string, right? Yeah. And we're also passing in a essentially what this is, it's just an additional property, right? So the Mongo client.connect method first has you pass in a, trying to hover over it so it gives me all the things, but essentially the connect method first has you pass in the connection information, but then you can also pass in one or more additional properties if you would like to. In this case, we're just saying use unified topology. I just think that's just standard thing to pass in. Um, Also passing in an additional property. I don't know exactly what it does, but it needs to be there. So there you go. Yeah, it's just, you can have additional properties here. There's multiple, I looked at the documentation once. There's multiple different um, properties that you could have. Um, but yeah, that's just the one that Leon's passing in here. Okay. So we establish our connection, right? We're attempting to establish a connection, not saying it's going to be successful. Um, Now, what's happening on this line? Why does this say then? Why are we using then here? Yes, right. Because Mongo client.connect is establishing a promise, right? And so we can chain additional then methods after it. We can do additional thens and have these events occur in sequence. And so why would we want to do that? So let's just skip ahead here a little bit. So the then is essentially saying, all right, console log the DB name and then assign the variable of the database name. So why would we want to wait? Like why would we want this to be a promise and then have a then? This I promise you. Yeah. Why do we care about that? Yeah, right, exactly. And, yeah, we only want to do the rest of this stuff if the connection is successful, right? Yeah, we only want a console log connected to database if the connection is successful. If it's not, then we want to know. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, what I've done in some of my more recent stuff is what I've done in some of my more recent stuff is, yeah, use asynchronous and try catch, right? In Leon's code, he's not doing that, probably just because we're not super familiar with async await yet. But I think in my most recent one of my most recent streams, we did this same thing using mongoose and try catch instead. Yeah. So really, I mean, but either way, it works, right? Okay. So anyway, on this line, we are essentially what we're doing is we're waiting for the connection and proceeding if successful, right? Yeah. And we're also passing in all the client information. So there's other information we could access here. Um, if we wanted to, I think. But in this case, we aren't really doing that. Uh Top level awaits. Wasn't there something about top level awaits that just came out? Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, isn't that just brand new, Rascal? Yeah, but it's brand new. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So we're waiting for connection. And then what are we doing here? What's gonna, um, what are we logging to the console here? What would, so just based on the code that we have, what would I expect to see logged to the console? Yeah, it's a template literal. Yep. Log to the console, a template literal. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Connected to do database, right? Because we're passing in the database name as our variable. So we'd expect to see connected to do database, right? Exactly. Okay. And now what are we doing here? What's happening here, do we think? No worries, Quinsab. No worries at all. Feel free to catch the VOD later. Have a good day at work. Okay, so what are we doing specifically here? We are saying, so we declared DB earlier as a variable, right? So we're assigning a value to uh, previously declared DB variable that contains what? What do we think this could be? Yeah, so let's maybe test this, all right? Let's do this. Let's do console log. Let's just see. Okay. Aha, what did we get back? Look at all this. Look at this. We got back a whole bunch of stuff, didn't we? We got back a whole bunch of stuff. Now it doesn't really, it doesn't really mean much to us, but I just wanted to kind of demonstrate there that there's a lot of things associated with this, when we say client.db name, we're pulling back a bunch of information on the database. Yeah, and otter on that's okay. So it's a client DB client factory method. Haha, yes. Yep, exactly. But really all we're doing with it is so we're just setting up our DB variable to contain all of this stuff that we don't really care about seeing. Like we don't need to see it. We just want to assign it to DB so that we can use it later. Right. We're taking this factory method, assigning it to a variable. Okay. Contains I'm gonna steal that DB client factory method. There you go. Shorthand, yeah, it's very shorthand, isn't it? Yeah. This little variable contains so much stuff, right? Exactly. Okay. And the last thing we're doing is we are closing, oops, our closing our um, then. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Aderon, it is. I don't disagree with you. It is playing a little fast and loose. Yeah, there. So in more recent stuff that I've written, I've done this in a slightly different way. But yeah, I don't disagree with you, Aderon. This is written in a slightly interesting manner, but it's still, yeah, definitely worth understanding what that contains. Yeah. You've had nodemon restart the server, refresh the page too quickly before the DB had started and it crashes it. Yeah, yeah. Because it's async. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So there's some code here in this section that's kind of grouped together. What There's a kind of a common denominator that we can assign to all this code. What might we call this group of code? If we were kind of breaking our server.js file up into sections, what would we call this stuff? All this stuff. Yeah, Charizardium, welcome. Coming in hot with the first time chat. Nice. All right, yeah, this is middleware, right? I'm actually gonna put a little note here. Middleware. And what is middleware? Like what is the purpose of middleware? What does it help us do? Yeah, it helps facilitate our communication, right? It helps open up the phone lines and maybe uh, tweak the messages a little bit, right? Yeah, it set us up a pipeline. Yeah, it helps open the communication channels um, uh, for our requests, right? Yep, exactly. Okay, so what is this one doing? App.set view engine EJS. No worries, Tame Mister. Thanks for tuning in. Good to have you here. Setting the view engine to EJS. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's basically just saying like it's yeah, it's setting up our EJS as basically like the default, right? It's saying like, look, this is how we should expect our stuff to be rendered, our pages to be rendered. This is our render method, right? Um, Sets as the default. Is that a reasonable way to describe that? That's the way I've been thinking of it. Basically saying like, hey, EJS is going to be our default here. So like Rascal said, when we say render, it's just going to say, yeah, EJS is the way we're going to render. Anything that's going to be rendered should be expected to be rendered as EJS. Okay. And what is this line doing? And just in general terms. Yeah, yeah. Because so we have these public folders, right? We have these public folders and there's important things in here. And we want to make sure that we know that our code knows where to look. Yeah, that our code knows where to look for static assets, specifically static things. Yeah, it's a default folder for static assets. And so by static we mean, style the style.css and the main.js. Right. So it sets the location for static assets. And if I had an HTML file, if I just had a plain HTML file, then it would be in there as well. I don't, but if I did, that's where it would be. Fun experiment trying out setting the view engine, see if it still works. Oh, yeah, you can just toss photos and stuff in there. Yeah, static stuff, right? If I had HTML, it would go in there. Um, yeah, additional style sheets, what have you. And cool ASCII art. Sure. Okay. All right. Next one. This is the one I keep having to look up over and over again, and I always forget. I always forget what the frick it does. So anyone is welcome to supply their own narrative for this one. It doesn't stick in my brain, honestly. That's why I'm glad we're doing this commenting stuff. Maybe I'll finally remember. It has something to do with, I don't remember. It doesn't stick. Okay, thanks, Laylo. That's good enough for me. Um, all right. Yeah, that's right. I knew there was something about a header. Yeah. URL safe encodings. All right. Um, it's URLs where the header matches the content, right? And then the extended part, yeah, like Rascal said, the extended part supports arrays and objects, so larger, like nested type things, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. And what is the next one doing? Team ASCII art. Yeah, some of the ASCII art is wild, but it usually looks like garbage on mobile if it doesn't render correctly. Word wrap kills ASCII pretty easily. All right. What do we think this one's doing? I'm hovering here to give a hint. Basically what it does is it's helping us parse JSON, right? Because there used to be something called body parser, which is no longer required. And I believe this one replaces body parser, right, Rascal? Um, it's built in now. It's not something we have to install separately. It's built into Express. Yeah. So parses, I'm trying to think of so parses JSON content essentially. Yeah. Replace body parser. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So now we actually get into the methods. All right. So inside of the methods, that's it, from incoming requests. Yeah, we'll say that. Okay. All right. So let's get into the methods. So if we recall, the app is referencing Express, right? So this is some kind of an Express method. Um, what is it? What do we expect from a get method? What part of the CRUD what part of the CRUD acronym is get associated with? Which part of CRUD? Yeah, it's the read. Exactly. So this is handling a read request, right? Um, and why do for so the first argument I'm passing in here should be the route, the path, the route, whatever. Um, why is this just a slash? Why is it a slash? No route given. Don't I need a route? Why isn't there a route here? Yeah, it's the root. Right. And what would trigger this? What would trigger this to fire? How would it what would cause that root slash route to be passed? When would we hit that route? What would trigger this? Yeah, right. A refresh potentially, or, a load for the first time, right? When we're just visiting the page for the first time, we're refreshing the page, whatever. We're starting at the root and then going from there, potentially, hitting different routes from there, right? Yeah. So we're saying, hey, read something. When this root route is passed, we're doing a read, and we're starting an asynchronous function. All right, Adiron. Yeah. Thanks for coming in. Good to see you again. Have a good night. Okay, so we have an asynchronous function here, and we have two parameters, request and response, or rec and res, as we sometimes see them written. Okay, so let's comment this out. When the route is passed in, sets up rec and res parameters. Okay, so that's what's happening there. Now, what's happening here? So we're setting a variable, right? What are we putting into this variable? We're awaiting something. Sets a variable and awaits what? What's going in here? Looks like some sort of items. Yeah, yeah. Which items? So the okay. So we're accessing a collection, right? And that collection is called to dos. Sure. Okay. And awaits. So we're doing it, clearly finding something, and then what are we doing with those items? Yeah, gets the items from the DB and makes an array. Sure, perfect. Which items are we getting? Which items from the DB which items from the collection are we getting? What items are we getting? Hmm. If I'm loading the page, let's just think about this for a second. Hmm. If I'm loading the page for the first time, or sorry, if I'm, if I'm loading the page or refreshing the page, having performed no action, what items do you think I might want to retrieve? Yeah, all of it, right? We want to find everything. So that's why there's nothing in. So this find here is empty. It's just basically like, hey, go into this collection, go into the to-dos collection, get everything out of it, and put it into an array. And awaits all items from the to-dos collection, right? Yeah, getting all of them. Right, exactly. Put them all in the to-dos collection. Cool. Okay. And here, because previously we mentioned too that we had set our database value, but we didn't say anything about a collection yet. And so it's here that we're actually saying which collection to look in, right? It's interesting to me that it's being declared like this in the string itself, but there you go. So now what are we doing here? Something very similar, right? Sets a variable and awaits something. So what are we awaiting? No worries, Edward. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, definitely could have been put into another variable. Yeah, exactly. We're getting back all of what are we getting back specifically? We're getting back something where completed is false, and we're getting back a what? Yeah, it's a number, right? It's something different. It's not like a list of items. It's not a list of items that are not completed. It's a count. Why would we want to count? Yeah, it's right, exactly. It's a count. And why might we want that? Why do we care? Yes, exactly, Captain, because we're going to display it. In the app itself, there's literally a part of the app where we're displaying how many things are left to do, right? We got to get that from somewhere. Yeah, the EJS is asking for it, and it's a feature in the app. Exactly. Yep. So sets a variable and awaits a count of uncompleted items to to later display in EJS. Okay. Hey, look, my mic is 2 times the volume of other streamers in software and game development. I don't know, is that a good thing or a bad thing that I'm loud? I know a lot of other folks are sitting down, like in this category. A lot of other folks are sitting down, and I'm standing up, so I'm much closer to my mic. That's probably why. I think if I was sitting down for good, if I was sitting down for like the last how long? 5 hours, I think my legs would fall off. Oh, good. I'm glad it's a good thing, Loden. Yeah. Now a lot of folks are like, nothing wrong with this, but they're back in their chairs and they're way far away from their mics. So likes loud. Exactly. Piece of shit says minimize. Yeah, sorry about the blast of white screen there from the app. Yeah. Leon's got to start coding this stuff in dark mode, I swear. All right. So we've created two things. We've created a variable that contains all of the items coming from our database. And we've created a variable that contains a count of the uncompleted items. All right. And so what are we doing after that? What are we doing here on this line? Response.render index.ejs items to do items left items left. What's happening here? I tell you what, my blue snowball mic is like one of my best purchases ever. This mic is so good, and it was like 40 bucks. Blue snowball is the way to go. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing two things here, right? We're doing two things here. We're rendering our index.ejs, and inside of that render method, we're passing an object. Yeah, we're passing an object that contains our to-do items and our items left. And we'll take a look at where that goes, where that ends up in just a minute. Yeah, so rendering the EJS file and passing through the DB items and the count remaining inside of an object. Yeah, so we can pass through these things and send them directly to our EJS. And the EJS is going to take them and be like, oh, I needed this, and put them straight into the EJS, which then gets rendered as HTML in the end. So it looks just like plain HTML when it renders. Yeah. So let's real quick, let's take a quick segue and look at where this goes. So we have items. So we have an object with two things in it. And the key here is called items. Items contains our full to-do item list, and left contains a count of remaining items. So let's look at this. Back in our EJS, we have, so items. So items becomes the array. Items becomes the array that we are looping through to list things out on the page, right? That's where that array comes from. Is straight out of the database. We take all the items, we dump them into an array, And there they go straight into our EJS. And they're rendered and set out there, right? And our left, our count is, no manipulation needed. It's just rendered straight into our left to do H2, right? So it's kind of cool how it just pulls it straight out of the database. We pass it straight into the EJS inside of an object. EJS is able to just pull it right out and plonk it right into the HTML, right? It's actually pretty streamlined. So I just wanted to remind that, like, that's why we're doing this. That's why we're sending those items back. Sending items and left so we can just plonk them straight into the EJS, right? Yeah. Captain, OMG, it's starting to make sense. That's the goal, my friend. Blue makes great products, great plug and play. Yeah. You don't need any, it's literally just plug and play. Absolutely. For this Blue mic. Yep. Yeah, Snowball is the best. Okay. But yeah, so that's all it's doing. It's so simple. You grab it out of the database, you put it into an array or whatever, a count, a number, whatever, and just pitch it straight back over to the EJS. And then it works. So pretty straightforward, pretty cool. All right. And so here, the thing that's basically just commented out here, this is just the the classic promise version of this code here. So Leon wrote this as an async function, and then he also wrote it down here as essentially a classic then, promise with thens, right? So it's doing the same thing. It's just a different way of writing it. Whether you want to use await or then is, your prerogative. Okay, so does that make sense? I want to pause here for a second and just on this Git and be like, is this clicking a little bit better now? Do we know, do we understand what this is for? And then also what it is sending back. I hope we understand why we need this, what it does, and then what it's getting from the database, and then what it's sending over to our EJS. Hey, Evan. Yeah, we're still rolling, my friend. Oh, thank you for the bits, Jordan. Thank you so much. All right. Good deal. If you have questions, especially at this point, feel free to ask. This is obviously important. But no worries. Jorge, if you have questions, do please ask. Yeah, that's true, Rascal, because we would need a try catch on here, right? Because if there was a problem, we don't have any error handling here right now, right? There is no, that's a good point, Rascal. There is no error handling. We don't have a catch. We have zero catching. Errors are just gonna bork us, right? Ellen, what OS am I using? I'm using Windows 11, so it looks a little different. Can I please repeat the commented out? Yeah. So this commented out section is literally doing the same thing as what's up here in the await. This is the same thing. It's just commented out. Okay, roughly the same thing. It's performing the same types of actions. It's grabbing stuff from the database and it's rendering it with the index.ejs. However, the difference is that it's using classic promise syntax where we have, we do a thing and then we have a then and then another then and then we have a catch. Right. Yeah, no worries, kiddo. If you have any specific questions, you can think about, if you have anything specific that you think of that you want to ask now, you're welcome to do so. 20, yeah, so this VOD will be available on Twitch for 60 days. It will also be available on my YouTube channel. So !YouTube for a link to my YouTube channel if you would prefer to watch it there. Some folks like to watch everything on YouTube. Some folks like to watch stuff on Twitch. And YouTube is forever. So, don't have to wait on, like, Twitch does expire after 60 days. So good. I'm glad it's helping, Nerd Girl. All right. Thanks for coming, Untouchable. Do I use WSL or PowerShell? I use Git Bash. Yeah, I use Git Bash. It serves my purposes just fine. No worries, Fat Cat. Thanks for coming. If we uncomment the catch, would that work for errors? Yeah, I mean, I think you can kind of mix your I think you can kind of mix things. I wonder if it would work in this context. I'm not sure. I guess we could probably try it if we, like, if I make a deliberate mistake here. I wonder if this would work. So like if I like change the name of this file arbitrarily, to force an error, we could see if that would work. Oh, it's still rendered. Why did that still render? Oh, I didn't, wait, I saved. How are you still able to render? I'm not using NodeMon. Yeah, I'm not using NodeMon. I know. All right, hang on. I'm so used to NodeMon. All right, hang on. I'm using regular Node. Yeah, okay. There we go. Okay, so it did catch the error, so that's nice. And I mean, I forced an error here on purpose. So it did catch it. Yeah, which is what we wanted. We wanted to send back the error so that we can display it. So this was expected behavior, and so that seemed to work. So yeah, this is valid. I'm gonna fix this now. All right. So yeah, that's a perfectly valid way to handle it, I suppose. Because I know you can mix the syntax between classic promise and async await. I mean, await is really, like, async await is really just a way of making promises better looking, right? You can still do, you can still kind of mix them together. Since my brain is fried, I don't know what I don't know. Hey, that's perfectly reasonable to say. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, HyperSE, welcome. Okay, so this is our Git. We're getting the data, right? We're displaying the page. We are grabbing some data down from the database, and we are then essentially sending that data over to our EJS to render it in the way that we already set up. That's all we're doing. Learning JS, but can't focus. Yeah, you could always consider just signing off for the night. I mean, I'm not telling you to leave, but think about what you need for your learning pleasure, and for your learning ability, and feel free to indulge that. Always you can catch the VOD later if you need to, catch it on YouTube, play it at 2x speed, whatever you need to do. How can I learn JavaScript super fast? Well, I don't know if you're in, are you in 100 devs or not? You can join us in 100 devs and learn JavaScript for free. That's what a lot of us are in, a course called 100 devs. Feel free to do !Leon in chat if you would like some more information about the kind of things that we're doing. Yeah, !Leon in chat, and you can get some links that way. As my dad told me, fast is slow and slow is fast. Yeah. Okay, let's see what we have left here. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take one more break. I think we're gonna take one more break, and then when we come back, we're gonna slam the rest of this bad boy out. All right? So we're gonna take a 5-minute break. When we come back, home stretch, we're gonna finish it out. We're gonna do the pull request, and we're gonna be done. Sound good? Sounds good to me. Okay, rock and roll. 5 minutes. See you back here shortly. We might be going for a record here. I didn't think we would, but we might be going for a record here, folks. Let's see. We shall see. All right, restarting the timer. See you all back here in 5. Okay, folks, come on back. We got about 40 seconds left in the break, and we are going to finish this bad boy out. We be slamming, indeed. Yeah, Yeah, at this point, work tomorrow is that's a problem for future me. That's something future me has to worry about, not me. All right. Okay. So, wait, let me just, I didn't restart the server, so that's okay. We don't need it right now anyway. Um, oh, let me for more. Gotta go hard in the paint. Yeah. All right. Yeah, okay, cool. You know, I'm glad you got it. Thanks, Rascal, for the explanation. All right, here we go. Let's finish her out. Okay, so we've done the get method, right? And the get method occurs when we load the page or refresh the page, and it grabs the stuff out of the database, puts it in an array, and gets the count and sends that over to the database as well. Okay, what's the next thing that's happening? So again, here's another express method. What is post doing? What do we expect when we see a post method? What's that going to do? Yeah, we're creating something is passed in. Yep. And essentially what that's going to do is going to help us put a new item, right, in our database. Okay, so we're starting a post method, and we have the rec and res, request and response, right, parameters. Okay. Um, and so, but this post method only triggers when the add to do route is passed. So thinking, let's cast our brains back to our index.ejs and our other code. What do we think is going to trigger this specific method to run on our server side? What's going to trigger that? What's triggering the method in passing the route? Do we remember? Yeah, it's coming straight from the form, right? So real quick, let's just look at that. So we have our form, and if we recall, literally we set the action to add to do. We declared the route directly in the form as well as the method, right? And then the button triggers it to be sent up to the server. So we bypassed our JavaScript file entirely and did everything within the form. Okay. And so it's sent it. So we have this post here. It's triggered by add to do, which is passed up by the form. So the form says, "Hey, server, do a post for me, would you?" And the server's like, "Yep, I can do that. I'm listening for that route from you, so I can do that." Exactly. Okay. So what are we doing here? We're doing something with our to-do collection, to-dos collection, right? So we're saying, "Hey, look in the database, find a collection called to-dos," which is the same thing that we did before. What are we doing here? What's the rest of this doing? Inserting a new to-do. Yep. So we're inserting a new item. Okay. So inserts a new item into to-dos collection, right? Um, what about the contents of the item? So insert one, and then it's setting up a new object here, right? It's setting up a new object. What is the thing? What is the contents of thing? So we're setting up an object with two keys, right? Two keys. One of them is called thing, The other one is called completed. If we remember our database structure, that's the structure of the documents in our database, right? The first one is called thing, second one is called completed, and completed is going to be, essentially true or false. So, but what are we passing in here as the value for thing? What's being passed in here? Right. A to-do item, yeah. And it's the task. Yep, yep. It's the task. And if we recall, let's think back, let's figure out where what this is and where it's coming from, okay? So our post is coming from the form, right? So let's look back at the form real quick. So the form, oh yeah, that's right. The form had an input box inside of it. It had an input box where we could type stuff. And that form had a name, or that input box had a name of to-do item, right? So what we're doing here is we're saying, hey, there's a request that's coming up. There's a request that's coming up from the client side. It has a body, and we want to get the to-do item from within that body. And looking back at our index.ejs, to-do item is assigned to the contents of the input text box, right? So we're literally saying, hey, go into the request that was passed to us, into the body of that request, and specifically grab out the text that was typed into the input box. Yeah, exactly. And we're assigning that to the thing key in the document, right? Now, what are we doing with completed here? What are we setting for completed, and why? Why are we doing what are we doing here, and why are we doing it? What are we doing here? Setting it to false. Yeah, right. Because why are we setting it to false? Because it's a brand new task, right? We're creating a new task. We're posting a new task. We're posting a new task, and completed is false because we want it to be displayed in the list without any formatting, right? New to-dos are not complete by default. Exactly. Because what happens, let's remind ourselves, what happens when completed is true? What happens when completed is true? Let's look at the app really quickly. Oh, I forgot to restart the server. Whoops. All right, fine. Okay, here we go. Oh, maybe I messed something else up. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Perfect. All right. So when I click on something, and I'm not sure this is not probably not going to work anymore because I've screwed up with the nodes and stuff. But yeah, when we click on one of these, it gets crossed through, right? It gets a strike through in it. Yeah, exactly. So we set it as completed as false so that it doesn't start out with a strike through, right? Does that make sense, PB and J? Why we're setting completed to false straight right off the bat? Is as soon as I click it, completed will be set to true, and it will get some additional styling based on that new setting. Yeah. Okay, perfect. All right, so then we're doing things slightly different here now. We're using classic promise syntax, right? So if inserts a new item into, oh, so I need to complete this first, sorry. Inserts a new item into the to-dos collection, gives it a completed value of false by default. Okay, perfect. All right, then if insert is successful, do something, right? If it works, then do something. So here, essentially, we're just going to say console log action, right? We're console logging what happened. And then what are we doing here? What's happening here? Well, why are we redirecting? Yeah. Well, yeah. We're essentially want to make sure. Yeah, right, exactly. Yes, yeah. That's what I was looking for, Rascal. So when we use the form, when we use the form to pass an action, yep, when we use the form to pass an action, it's actually sending us to that route in the browser. So the route becomes localhost whatever slash add to do. That's a like it's like a path in the browser. And so the last thing we need to do after completing this request is say, no, I don't want to stay at slash add to do. I want to go back home. And you can actually see this happening if you were to take this out of the code, this redirect, you would end up in a place you don't expect. You would end up in a new path in the browser just by submitting a form in a completely different location. And so the last thing you need to do to make sure you end up back home is redirect back to the home, back to the root, right? You don't want that route anymore. You're done with it. I want to go home. Yeah, and that's a good point, Rascal. I love that. So whenever you try to go back through a form, like in your, in the real world, when you're submitting a real form online, that's why you get that pop-up saying, "Are you sure you want to resubmit?" Right? Yeah, because it's uh, doing some route stuff and redirects that you may not notice behind the scenes. Yeah. Um, gets rid of the add to do route and redirects back to the home page. Yeah. So that's what's happening there. Um, and I wonder, we may be able to see that. We may be able to force this. So I'm going to go, let's just try it. All right. Oh, I didn't save either. So hang on. Let's see behind my save, and I'm going to start the server. Okay. See if this works. I don't know if it will. Reload. Okay, look at this. Look. What's in my browser now? What's up here? So obviously it failed, right? Because it's trying to end up at a route that doesn't exist. So do you see that up there? It might be too small, but look where I ended up. When I didn't redirect back home, I ended up in no man's land. I ended up at a route called add to do, which does not exist. So that's why we do that redirect after we finish with handling the data from the form. We need to go back home. So that's why we do that. So when we redirect back home, we end up back at the local host and everything is fine. Well, theoretically, but I think I killed my server. Yeah, I did. Yeah, because it says it can't read. Yeah, it's it's got a bunch of errors here, so it's dead. We killed it. Yeah, but as soon as we put this redirect back, then we're fine. Yeah. Okay. So in the end, we are adding the to-do, redirecting back home, closing the then, and catching errors, and ending the post. Okay. All right. So next one. What are we doing here? So we have another method, and it's app.put. So what is put meant to do? In the CRUD acronym, what does put do? Yeah, it's update. Exactly. All right. So we are starting a put method when the mark complete route is passed in. Cool. And we also have our request and response as usual. Okay, so what are we looking at here? So again, we are going into our collection called to-dos. And what are we trying to do here? We're trying to do an update, clearly, right? Update one, that's pretty self-explanatory. So essentially update one thing. But how do we know what thing to update? How does it know what one thing to update? Item from JS, yeah? What is it matching on in the database? What is it matching on? It's matching on the task name, right? It's matching on the task name. So item from JS, let's remind ourselves what that is. So item from JS is being passed through our main.js. So when we mark something as complete, it does a fetch and it passes in, where is it? It passes in the inner text of the span in the list, right? We have a list with a bunch of items in it. And essentially what we're doing is we're grabbing the inner text out of the list, which is just the item. It's whatever we called our item, right? Test one, test two, test three in my case. It's grabbing that text, it's packaging it up as JSON, it's sending that up to our server, and our server is saying, oh, hey, I've got a body here, and I can pull this text out of it, drop that into an object, and try to match it in the database to see, is there an object in the database with a thing property? Is there a document in the database with a thing property that matches what was just passed in? It's going to look for one match, so the first match, and try to see if it can update that. So what potential problem could you see here? Doing it this way. Taking in a task name. It's called thing because that is the name of the property in the database. So we can look at it real quick. In the database, it is literally called thing. That's just what it's called in the database. So that's what it has to match against. I know, right? Great name, right? Yeah. But what problem could you see if we're checking in the database and looking for one item that matches the condition of like a name of some kind? For example, let's say we were looking for test one. What problem could you find? What problem could you see potentially happening? Yeah. What if there's three things that are called test one in the database? That's perfectly valid. That's a valid thing that could happen. We have no protections against that. No worries, Jorge. Yeah, if like Rascal says, if there's multiple tasks with the same name, it would just delete the first one. It doesn't matter if it's the right one, not the one you actually click to delete, right? And so that's why in general, we prefer to look things up against their ID because that's always a truly unique value. So just something to think about when you're building your own apps. Like I said, we're not going to change this one. We're not going to change this app, but something to think about when you're building your own apps. It's much better practice to use the ID value instead of any of the like object properties. So just want to point that out as a potential major pitfall in the way that this is coded. So try to use the ID when you can. Okay, so look in the database for one item matching the name of the item passed in from the main.js file that was clicked on. Yep, and that's why IDs are unique in the first place. Exactly. Yep. And that's really common across all types of databases. Is that you always want to have in any point when it in general you always want to have some kind of a unique key. Maybe it's a multi-part key that involves multiple fields, but in general you want to have some kind of unique identifier for each row in your database. That's not always true 100% of the time, but in general. Okay. So what are we doing here? We can kind of treat this whole section as like as one thing. What are we doing here? So we're updating one, and then essentially we're starting a new object, right? So update one and then do something. Cash money, sure, yes. Cash money, of course. We are setting a value, right? We're setting the completed value. Yeah, updating the item's completed status to true, right? Oops, true. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, that's the first thing we're doing. And then what are we doing here? What are we doing here? A couple things, right? So insert an update. So if I remember, so yeah, so upsert, you're not wrong. Upsert is an action that can happen. So it essentially, so if we set this to true, if the value we're looking for did not exist, it would insert it. So upsert is a mixture of insert and update. So if this value did not exist, it would insert it for us. That's not what we want to happen in this case, right? Because we're always going to be clicking on something to complete it. We're always going to be clicking on something that already exists, or at least theoretically. So we have this set to false. So we can just say prevents insertion if item does not already exist. Okay. Yeah, and then the sorting here is moving, it moves the item. Does it move it or does it sort it? It's so does it force the item to the bottom then? I don't remember. Moves item to the bottom of the list. Is that right? Sorting in, yeah, it's either a sort or a move. Yeah, it sorts it. Yeah. Yeah, this sorting, that's why I didn't really remember, because this is not something that, like, if I was writing this, I wouldn't even bother. Like, it doesn't seem to matter because you're doing so much sorting on the client side and in other places that, like, this property, the sort property, I've never used it like really. Yeah. Yeah, I mean theoretically that's what it does, sorting into but like it doesn't seem to do anything like Rascal said. That's been my experience as well. Doesn't seem to matter. So, I haven't been using it, but I don't know. Um Either way, that's what it theoretically does, right? So thank you for that. And then the upsert prevents insertion if the item does not, so setting upsert to false prevents insertion if the item does not already exist. Peachy, cool. All right. And yeah, so that was it there. Okay. Now, what this is doing is it's starting a then if update was successful. Okay. Should line 58 and 59 be marked incomplete? No. You mean these two here? Oh, C4. Uh, Gravios, I'm not, so I'm looking at line 58 and 59 right now, and these should be marked complete because what we're doing is we're setting the completed value to true. So that's true what we're doing there. We want to send back a console log that says marked complete. Oh, oh yeah. So it's 75, 76 for me. I can see why it's a different line number for you because of all the comments and stuff. So yeah, I get what you're saying now. I got you. Okay. So we're still in the mark complete one for now, but yeah, we'll definitely look at that when we get there. So the first thing we want to do, so next thing we're doing is we're starting a then we're console logging. Logging successful completion. Okay. And then why do we send this back? Why do we do this response.json thing? Why do we bother? Did we go back to our put or mark complete? It's awaiting a response.json, right? And then it's console logging it. The numbers, what is it? The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Yeah. So but why do we care? Like, right? It renders on the page. Well, it's not going to render on the page. Yeah, it's not going to render on the page. It's going to, yeah, it's going to render in the console. Yeah. Essentially what we're trying to do here is, yeah, it's so we're sending back some JSON, and that JSON is going to contain the words marked complete, right? That JSON gets sent back to our function in our main.js file, and it gets put into a variable called data. So we're awaiting a response with some JSON. That JSON gets converted to a string, and that data gets console logged. Yeah. Essentially just getting the response back tells our main.js file that that we've completed the request. The request is done. We got a response. You know, we sent something up, and we got a response back, right? That we're completing the action here. We're completing the cycle. We pitch something up to the server. We expect something back. We got our response. We're done. So what we're doing here is we're sending a response back to the sender, right? And then we're closing our then. And we're catching errors. And ending our put. Okay. We're almost done. 2 more to go. We can do it. I believe in us. All right. So this one's going to be probably very similar. Because previously we had a mark complete, right? And now we just have a mark incomplete. So all it's doing is it's just reversing the status, right? Um, it's reversing the value, right? So really it's literally the same thing. We are just starting a put. We're passing in a different route though, right? So our server is sending a different route. And that's why routes are important. That's why we care about what routes we're sending, because it's pointing us to a completely different action on the server side, right? Mark complete is having us change the status to true, whereas mark incomplete is changing the status to false. So that's why, even though it's the same method, they're both put methods, right? They're both puts, they're both updates, but they're doing the opposite of each other, right? So in this case, we're starting a put method again. We're going into the DB and we're finding an item that matches based on the item that was clicked on. Then we're setting the completed status of that item to false, right? Theoretically moving the item to the bottom of the list, although it doesn't seem to matter. Preventing insertion if the item does not already exist. Starting a then if the update was successful. Logging the completion. And sending a response back to the sender. Ending the then. And catching the errors. Yeah, Blood, and I do not disagree with you there. Welcome, by the way. Hello, first time chatter. Yeah, so yes, mark complete and incomplete could absolutely theoretically be in the same handler. This is pre-written code that we are kind of reviewing together. So otherwise, yeah, absolutely. The way I would write this, it would probably be the same handler. It'd be doing a different kind of check, right? But this is pre-written code that we're just supposed to be reviewing. But I totally feel you. Yep. Totally get you. You're not wrong. Chris is funny. Yeah. Yeah. Rascal agrees too. A lot of this code could be done differently, but we're just commenting it out for now and understanding what it does. I'm sure we'll get the chance to refine it later. It's kind of part of like um, it's kind of part of like a homework assignment for a course that we're in. Exclamation point Leon in chat if you want more. You can look in the bottom left corner of the stream there for the chat command. Okay. So that's essentially what we're doing there. And then we are ending the put. So I went through that really quickly, but any questions about what this is doing or what it's for? This particular, otherwise, uh, uh, it's exclamation point LEON. There you go. Yeah, and Rascal did the command for you there. So we've got a few links. There's a link to the website, a link to the Twitch, and a link to the Discord. Okay. So our last method here. Our last method is delete. So, whoops. Pretty self-explanatory what this is trying to do, right? So we're starting to delete when the delete route is passed. Okay. And again, we're doing something very similar here, right? So we're looking inside of our to-dos collection. And this time we're using the delete one method. So we have these kind of built-in methods that can do a lot of this stuff. We can have find one and update. We can have just find, which can find based on a filter. We can have find one and update. We can have delete one. We can have delete many. We can have update many. Yeah. So, and what it's looking for again is the name of the item, right? No IDs. We're looking at names here, which again is not something that I would do. We should be searching on IDs, but here we are. So we're looking at against the name that was passed in from our EJS. So to-dos collection for the one item that has a matching name from our JS file. Yeah. We're nearly done. Last few lines. Y'all are doing great. Okay. So if the delete was successful, we start a then if, so we started then if the delete was successful, and then we console log the results. We also send a response back to the sender. We close our then, and we catch the errors. And then at the very end, we end our delete. Okay. Now, what's this last little guy that's hanging out here at the very end? Let's close it out strong and comment out this last little dude. So what's happening here? Yeah, it's specifying which port should be which port we should be setting up which port we will be listening on, right? Which port we will be listening on, and it either, like you said, it either gets the one out of the .env file, if one exists. In our case, we don't have a port in our .env file, right? We look in our .env file, all I have is a DB string, right? You're on the port from the, so if there is no port in the .env file, which port am I using? Where am I getting a port value? The variable, right? Yeah. Yep, exactly. The top variable, yeah. Right. Okay, and the next thing we do is we just console log the running port. Now, actually, if we did use the value from the environment file, I don't think this would log properly. In our case, it doesn't matter. We're just using the port that we declared as a variable, but I do think this would cause problems if we, because we're not properly logging it. Yeah. So we might have to do some sort of, if we wanted to log this properly, we'd have some sort of conditional to figure out what to log here. So just FYI, I discovered that on another stream. Yeah, exactly, piece of shit. That's to me that makes more sense, is figuring out which is the correct port in the variable declaration itself at the top. But hey, again, we're just here to comment today, so I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to refine it later. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I agree with that method there, piece of shoot. Absolutely. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. And the listen. All right. Wow. That's everything. Holy cow. That was a lot. First thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a commit. Fist bump indeed. Yes, major props to everyone who was here for the whole stream. I've just done a commit and I'm going to do a git push. And then I'm also going to try to do a pull request. Finish hype, indeed. Finish them, indeed. Let's see if the pull request works. All right. So if I refresh this, we have added a bunch of comments. Finished comments. Yeah, that was all in the server.js. Okay, I'm seeing everything here. Bueller day tomorrow, indeed. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can do a pull request. So, new pull request. It says I'm able to merge. And I'm just going to go ahead and create the pull. I haven't done this in a while, so I might screw it up. But, all right. It says I'm able to merge. I'm merging against my repository with the base, both on the main branch. Let's create a pull request. Oh, I don't know what to call it, though. I don't know if it's supposed to have a specific name. Commented all the comments. Code for homework. There is no set name. Okay. Yeah. Does it need to be? Yeah. Does it need to be on a certain branch? I was just gonna put it on the main branch. Hey, Madeline, welcome back. We're almost done. We're just doing the pull request, and this is like literally the last thing. So, well, I can always do another. If I did it wrong, I can always do another pull request, I suppose. Okay, so this. Live on stream. All right. Nobody else has been doing anything uniform at all, so we're either all wrong or there are no rules. Perfect. I love me some no rules. 9,000 comments? Really? Wow. Dang. Okay. All right. I'm gonna actually love it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and create the pull request and see if it works. Hey, this branch has no conflicts with the main branch, baby. Let's go. All right, do I just click close? Is that the last thing I do? Right? Somebody help. Just click close. I forget how to end it. First try. You just left yours open. Don't close it. Okay. All right, cool. I'm done. All right. I couldn't remember, honestly. Yeah. All right. So it's left open. Awesome possum. All right. Cool. Well, we're done. So I hope y'all had a good time tonight. I know I did. I don't think this is a record stream. I don't think this is the longest one I've ever done, but it's darn close. I can sit now. Were my knees supposed to bend? I don't remember. Yay! Good job, Overfly. Way to go. Way to manage frustration. Yeah, if you did have to tap out or if you lost, if you kind of lost focus, that's totally fine and valid. You can always come back to the VOD later. Again, VODs are available on Twitch for 60 days, and then they move to YouTube, !YouTube for a link to my channel, where you can find all of my other content. I would highly suggest doing a fork of Leon's repo, so that way you can just pull request it right back in. There may be other ways to do it. Forking though is the best way that I'm aware of. So you fork it to your own repo, and then clone it straight down into VS Code. Um, Fork it, clone it down, do your edits, and then just pull request it right back in. Already have a commit for the day. No, yeah, that's right. It is 1 a.m. here, so I have my commit for the day. Yeah, great learning curve. Good deal. Yeah, exactly. Now you get to start class with your homework done. And I do want to give a shout out to I'm amazed. I still have 97 viewers who are hanging on and hanging out with me at 1 a.m. Eastern. I am amazed. So, way to go for everyone for hanging on. Probably like, half of them fell asleep and they're just, chilling with the stream going. But either way, I appreciate you people. All right. I'm not even going to bother with a comment unless Leon tells me to. Yeah. Okay. Well, with that being said, feel free to let me know. Matching your weird energy. Yeah. That weird 1 a.m. energy, man. This is the meat of backend. It is indeed. Yes. So let's start looking for someone to raid, shall we? Nobody's live. It's 1 a.m. Nobody's live. I met my record. Whoa! Way to go, me, I guess. I was not expecting to do that on a Wednesday afternoon. Hey, Alex, welcome. Yeah, definitely run that VOD back. Good job finishing. First try. Yeah. All right. Good night. Well, let's see. We got to find somebody to raid, but there's nobody online. Somebody help. Find somebody that you follow that's online that's like, reasonably family friendly. Anybody? I hate to end it without a raid. Stranger? It's okay if you can't stick around for the raid. Totally fine. Stray. Is it Stray Space Jur? What is it? Strager. Okay. Oh, yeah. Software and game development? Let's go. All right. All right. Okay, so I'm setting up the raid now, but I appreciate everyone for tuning in today. And thank you so much for coming. Um, and yeah, I'm going to bed. But we had a good time tonight, and I look forward to seeing you again here soon. Starting the raid now. Queuing it up. Again, I will see you all very shortly. Here we go. Bye-bye.
Machines. So, I mean, like if your platform doesn't have IEEE 754 64-bit floats, then dealing with JavaScript numbers is going to be a pain. So JavaScript certainly makes assumptions, but those assumptions